to develop also some sort of early warning systems, especially to these slow onset, slow going disasters. Hence that there is some sort of proxies or very close relation between the circular economy and adaptation by having this resource efficiency, longer lifetime of the products.
Tidak terdengar.
Hello? Yes? And also the climate resiliency principles. Yes, next slide. I hope we still have 5 or 4. Yeah, on continuing on this economic transformation, the Agency for Fiscal Policy has taken some serious effort in leveraging the climate resiliency and disaster as a multi-sectoral issues, but also in terms of the key performance indicator of the local district heads, and that is why, this is quite important that disaster and environmental conservation not to be considered as a sectoral issues, but also this has to be the responsibility of the Bupati or governor, and then this will be part of the key performance indicator of the elected local leaders. Yes, next. Yeah, this is one of the key important issues that we have been explained by the head of the BMKG, the National Agency for Meteorology, Climate and Geophysics, that the Indonesian tsunami early warning system is now being very seriously and thoroughly and large-scale rejuvenation and revitalization is now going on as part of this IDRIP project together with BNPB. Not only rejuvenating and introducing new technology, artificial intelligence, all this new modern technology, but also BMKG has also integrated new possible sensors like in the fixed sensors in rig and also on the sailing ship GNSS, and also some radar and so on, also cable-based systems by cooperating with BPPT and also with the UNESCAP and so on. And they develop also more than 1 million tsunami models in order to mitigate and better producing the warning in time and also properly in several vulnerable coastal areas. The volcanogenic tsunamis is also incorporated, as well as now they are busy in developing the earthquake early warning system, which are able, for example, to issue warning in just 20 minutes, 20 seconds, for example. Yes, next one. And the last two parts, just reminding that the socio-ecological community preparedness, this is quite important. It's part of the tsunami ready and other disaster preparedness issues. Yes, next. The last one, in the first day, we have been introduced by Dr. Rianti Jalante that in ASEAN level, there are available innovative resilience funding, like disaster insurance, disaster bond, and so on, apart from this local fiscal system, which are promoted by the Ministry of Finance. But also, I think this are open for future development of resiliences. Okay, now finally, now the last one. Yeah, now we have in the future that we have so many homework in our pocket that now, for example, we'll have to have this harmonic blending between economic and resiliency development, the regionalization, the capacity development, and also the coherent land and ocean spatial integration. This is not easy, but also is quite possible to be done in the near future. the multi-sectoral resilient coastal cities and rural areas, and also how we could simultaneously and coherently integrate the blue economy, green economy, and circular economy as part of these coastal adaptations in the future. And not forget, after this, we will have this talk about the net zero emission. Yes, next one. I think this is the last one. Yeah, regional governance still big issues, especially when we are talking about the minimal service standard to be incorporated about this disaster and environmental protection. The early warning system, and I think we will have to learn also from Japan how, for example, the landslide, possible submarine landslide could occur also along with and after the big mega thrust, and also that not to forget the slow onset disaster may give impact a larger scale loss and damage. So I think this is quite important. And finally, today we hope that we can get some enrichment in the how we could develop our human capital, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also, of course, disaster literacy of people at risk. I think this is some of the key important. Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you. Sorry, there is no voice.
Utama yang akan dipandu oleh moderator yaitu Dr. Insinyur Udre SE MSc selaku Direktur Pemetaan dan Evaluasi Risiko Bencana BNPB. Tanpa memperpanjang waktu, kami persilakan untuk Bapak Udre naik ke atas panggung.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Terima kasih banyak Bu MC, dan saya aturkan hormat saya, rasa terima kasih saya kepada Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen who has already attended to our last day's meeting. Thank you very much. Untuk itu kami akan melanjutkan acara ini kepada sesi keynote speaker, di mana di dalam sesi ini ada dua pembicara inti yang akan menyampaikan paparan. Untuk pemaparan pertama kami undang Bapak Dr. Hamzah Latif, MSI. Kita sudah sama-sama mengenal beliau sebagai seorang pakar di bidang tsunami yang akan memaparkan mengenai kemajuan terkini dalam sistem mitigasi tsunami non-struktural, sabuk hijau mangrove dari aspek ekosistem hingga perekayasaan. Untuk itu kepada Bapak Dr. Hamzah Latif, MSI, kami memberikan kesempatan untuk berbicara. Dipersilakan waktu 20 menit. Silakan Pak Hamzah.
Selamat pagi. Terima kasih Pak Udre atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Apakah suara saya kedengaran, Pak?
Iya, sangat bagus. Sangat bagus, Pak.
Ya, Pak. Saya coba mengupload file saya. Filenya udah kelihatan, Pak, ya?
Ya, sudah terlihat, Pak.
Sekali lagi, selamat pagi semuanya. Terima kasih atas undangan untuk mempresentasikan topik mengenai mitigasi tsunami non-struktural. Nah, kebetulan apa yang saya presentasikan ini adalah hasil-hasil yang pernah kami lakukan. Nah, outline dari presentasi kami pertama adalah sedikit mereview gempa dan tsunami di Indonesia, kemudian mitigasi tsunami, selanjutnya peran vegetasi dalam mereduksi tsunami. Kemudian yang keempat ini kami mencoba memberikan contoh pemodelan tsunami Aceh 2004 dengan mitigasi menggunakan vegetasi pantai. Kemudian yang kelima, efektivitas vegetasi mereduksi gelombang ekstrim. Kemudian yang keenam, manfaat lain dari penanaman mangrove dan hutan pantai. Seperti yang disampaikan tadi Prof. Yan, bahwa kita nantinya juga mengarah ke ekosistem based adaptation. Nah, ini kira-kira gambaran bahwa negara kita memang kaya dengan gempa dan beberapa diantaranya diikuti tsunami. Kemudian dari penelitian kita bersama Australia dan teman-teman lembaga dan kementerian yang ada di Indonesia, kita mampu mengeluarkan tinggi tsunami di sepanjang pantai di Indonesia. Nah, ini salah satu contohnya adalah probabilistic tsunami hazard assessment dengan periode ulang 500 tahun. Nah, sebenarnya kita juga punya 100 tahun, juga 2.500 tahun, jadi sesuai dengan kepentingan yang kita inginkan. Nah, selanjutnya yang kedua adalah mitigasi tsunami. Nah, kita sudah kenal semua bahwa dalam memitigasi tsunami ada dua pendekatan, di mana pendekatan ini sebaiknya dilakukan sebelum datangnya tsunami. Pertama adalah struktural, di mana ada hard measure seperti breakwater, seawall, river gate, bangunan tes, artificial hill, dan lain-lain. Nah, ini sering juga disebut sebagai gray measure. Kemudian ada soft measure atau green measure, itu ada sand dune, coral reef, coastal forest, mangrove, dan sebagainya. Nah, ketiga isu ini sebenarnya terkait dengan SDGs Goal 13 mengenai climate action. Nah, sedikit juga mungkin kita membicarakan nanti ini. Kemudian yang non-struktural tentunya masalah legal aspek. Kita punya Undang-Undang 27, 2007, Undang-Undang 24, 2007, 64, Perda, dan lain-lain, meskipun kalau tidak salah terakhir ini akan direvisi. Kemudian ada tsunami early warning system, kemudian kemudian ada peta bahaya yang detail dan akurat, ya, seperti yang saya perlihatkan ini. Kemudian tentunya perlu juga diberikan simulasi tsunami untuk edukasi masyarakat supaya lebih lebih gampang dipahami. Kemudian perlunya jalur evakuasi dan rambu evakuasi, kemudian tata ruang akrab bencana tsunami, tsunami drill, training of trainer, pendidikan publik, termasuk kemungkinan dimasukkan dalam kurikulum, kemudian museum dan tugu peringatan kejadian tsunami. Nah, hal-hal ini sebenarnya perlu dipersiapkan dengan baik. Kemudian selanjutnya ini adalah fakta bahwa vegetasi itu mampu mereduksi tsunami. Ini contoh gambar yang pernah kami buat dan sudah dipublikasikan di FAO. Itu adalah wilayah di mana ada vegetasi. Ternyata di belakang rumah yang ada di belakangnya ini yang tidak ada vegetasi itu hancur, sedangkan ini tidak hancur. Demikian juga halnya ini yang terjadi di Serambu Nias, ya. Nah, kemudian
Anda slide-nya sudah ke nomor berapa ini? Sepertinya belum bergerak.
sorry, berarti nggak jalan Pak ya? Udah kelihatan nggak Pak?
Oh ya, sekarang nomor 3 ya Pak.
Nomor 3. Oke, berarti saya nggak bisa slideshow ini Pak. Nah, kemudian kita lihat bahwa daerah-daerah yang ada vegetasi di depannya itu, rumah yang di belakangnya itu sedikit terlindungi. Demikian juga halnya di Serambu Island. Nah, ini juga kasus di Pangandaran bahwa tsunami di pantai itu sekitar 6 meter, dan ternyata dengan jarak 80 meter tsunami-nya bisa tereduksi sampai hanya 1,6 meter karena adanya vegetasi. Nah, hal yang menguntungkan di kasus ini karena beberapa pohon di depannya itu hancur atau root up, kemudian dia tertahan oleh pohon berikutnya sehingga terjadi pembendungan. Ya, kemudian kasus-kasus seperti ini kita lihat juga bahwa dalam kejadian tsunami itu kadang pohon-pohon ini patah dan menjadi debris. Dan terlihat bahwa tsunami juga menimbulkan kerusakan terhadap vegetasi pantai. Nah, kalau kita simpulkan, ini sering disampaikan bahwa fungsi hutan pantai terhadap tsunami itu mereduksi tinggi gelombang dan energi tsunami, kemudian mengurangi terjadinya erosi dan kerusakan lahan, menahan atau menangkap benda-benda terapung atau debris, kemudian tempat dan sarana untuk menyelamatkan diri dari tsunami dengan cara memegang atau memanjat pohon. Nah, ini di papernya Profesor Suto juga telah disampaikan, dan beberapa paper terakhir ini juga sering mengulang fungsi ini. Nah, ini adalah paper pertama Profesor Suto 1987 dari hasil surveinya memperlihatkan kemampuan vegetasi dalam mereduksi tsunami. Itu kira-kira kalau diameternya 10 cm ukuran dada, itu hanya mampu mereduksi tsunami yang tingginya 4,65 meter. Kemudian kalau diameternya 34,3 cm itu kira-kira tsunami 7 meter. Nah, kemudian kalau diameternya 100 cm itu mampu mereduksi 10 meter. Namun sangat jarang kita menemukan coastal forest yang diameternya 100 meter. Nah, dari hasil penelitian yang ada di Jepang, tsunami dengan tinggi 8 meter itu vegetasi sebenarnya sudah tidak efektif lagi mereduksi tsunami. Nah, kemudian ada tambahan lainnya bahwa tsunami dengan 3 meter itu mampu direduksi dengan lebar coastal forest sepanjang 20 meter. Nah, kalau tsunami-nya sudah mencapai 6 meter, minimal coastal forest-nya itu 100 meter. Nah, kembali tadi bahwa memang ada fungsi mangrove atau coastal forest dalam mereduksi tsunami, tapi jadi afirmatif. Di sisi lain dia berfungsi, tetapi jika dia gelombangnya melebihi 8 meter, nah kejadiannya seperti ini yang terjadi di Aceh. Bahwa semua pohon di depannya tercerabut dan tertahan di rumah ini. Untung struktur ini kuat sehingga dia tidak roboh, tapi banyak rumah-rumah yang roboh akibat terjangan debris dari pohon-pohon yang tercerabut atau terpotong dan terbawa oleh tsunami. Nah, ini juga contoh tsunami di Sendai bahwa vegetasi tidak mampu efektif menahan tsunami. Nah, atas dasar ini, dulu waktu saya kuliah di Jepang, karena kita tidak memiliki uang, maka Profesor Suto dan Profesor Imamura menggait saya untuk mempelajari fungsi mangrove dalam mereduksi tsunami. Nah, tetapi bukan hanya mangrove, kita juga malah harusnya concern ke vegetasi pantai. Karena umumnya tempat-tempat tinggal itu bukan di mangrove, tetapi di belakang coastal forest karena lahannya lebih kering dan lebih bagus biasanya. Dan juga umumnya daerah-daerah wisata itu bukan mangrove tetapi daerah coastal forest, misalnya seperti di Phuket atau di Padang, Pariaman dan sebagainya. Itu semuanya coastal forest. Jadi kita harus tidak hanya fokus ke mangrove tapi lebih ke coastal forest. Nah, apa yang kami teliti selama eksperimen 3 tahun di sana adalah mau mencari meaning roughness akibat dari vegetasi. Kemudian juga menghitung CM atau impact force. Kalau teman-teman sipil biasanya kenal dengan prinsip Morrison bahwa ada 2 gesekan yang bekerja di sini, satu impact force, satu gesekan kulit atau manning. Nah, kami melakukan eksperimen dengan dengan model hidrolik dengan panjang 100 meter, kemudian kami ada pembangkit gelombangnya dan kami letakkan model mangrove di sini. Ya. Kemudian ada faktor yang paling penting di sini dengan naik turunnya air selama penjalaran tsunami itu adalah volume okupasi. Volume okupasi itu adalah perbandingan antara tinggi air dan obstacle. Jadi ini air, jadi ini volume water, ini volume obstacle. Nah, volume okupasi ini bervariasi tentunya terhadap efek gesekan dan impact force. Nah, ini dari eksperimen itu kami hanya menemukan 2 rumus ini. Nah, kemudian kita mencoba mengaplikasikan model ini di Aceh. Jadi kita bergerak dulu ke pemodelan tsunami Aceh 2004. Nah, kami memodelkan tanpa mitigasi dan selanjutnya kami lakukan dengan mitigasi. Ini model ke-6 kami. Setelah dari 2004, 2006, kebetulan 2006 sudah keluar penelitiannya Profesor Si. Nah, ini mengenai rapture dari sumber tsunami-nya, data GPS-nya juga sudah ada, jadi kita sudah lebih confidence memodelkan. Nah, ini modelnya. Mudah-mudahan saya coba perlihatkan, mudah-mudahan kelihatan slideshow-nya. Apakah terlihat, Pak? Nah, ini ada rapture velocity. Jadi kami memasukkan rapture velocity dengan panjang patahan keseluruhannya sekitar 1.200 km dan kami bagi subpolnya dalam 7 subpol dengan ukuran masing-masing dan karakter dari gempanya, karakter dari subpol masing-masing. Nah, kalau terlihat ini adalah simulasi dari animasi animasi dari model tahun 2006 ini. Ya, kemudian kami juga memperlihatkan hasil verifikasinya. Jadi ini ada hasil verifikasi dari model yang kami lakukan. Ini dari data International Tsunami Survey Team. Kemudian kami bandingkan dengan model ini. Ya, kelihatannya baik. Meskipun demikian, ini tentunya masih ada salahnya karena land use-nya belum, land cover-nya belum kita masukkan. Kemudian kita menggunakan model tadi dengan memodifikasi persamaan pengatur kita, memasukkan meaning roughness dan impact force. Jadi kalau kita lihat depan ini efek impact force-nya atau percepatannya, terkait percepatan, dan ini meaning roughness-nya ini terkait dengan kecepatannya. Nah, kita sudah memasukkan juga land use seperti ini, ya. Kemudian dengan domain model yang sama tadi, kita kembangkan skenario simulasi dengan intervensi hutan pantai, rivergate, dan tangguh. Jadi kami mencoba merunning dulu dengan kondisi land cover yang ada sebelum tsunami datang. Kemudian kami mencoba menanam mangrove selebar 500 meter sepanjang pantai sini, ya. Kemudian skenario ketiga, ya, kita membuat rivergate seperti ini skenarionya. Kemudian kita di belakang mangrove tadi kita buat tanggulnya embankment seperti ini. Nah, kami mencoba melihat efek dari intervensi ini seperti apa hasilnya. Nah, yang hasil kami dapatkan bahwa ternyata cukup tereduksi daerah rendamannya. Daerah rendamannya cukup tereduksi, dan kita lihat ini skenario pertama yang belum ada intervensi, ini skenario kedua dengan adanya vegetasi, ini vegetasi. Skenario 3 kami tutup sungainya dengan rivergate. Skenario keempat kami buat tanggul di belakang hutan mangrove. Nah, itu contoh dari aplikasi bagaimana kita membuat skenario dalam melindungi pantai kita. Tentunya masalah teknologi, embankment-nya dan sebagainya itu kita bisa, ini kan pendekatannya dari teknik sipil. Nah, sebenarnya kalau vegetasi ini tidak terlalu efektif sebenarnya mereduksi gelombang tsunami, karena tsunami ini kan gelombang panjang. Demikian juga dengan intrusi dan sebagainya. Tetapi kalau kita mau meninjau dari sisi lainnya seperti gelombang ekstrim, nah vegetasi ini cukup efektif. Nah, ini contoh kami ini kan. Ini contoh model storm surge yang kami lakukan bersama Pak Ibnu Sofyan dari BMKG dan BIG dan mahasiswa bimbingan Sains, dan kami mampu memodelkan badai seperti ini dan berapa tingginya yang sampai ke Indonesia. Nah, ini ada variasi surge-nya yang masuk ke Indonesia, di mana jika hal ini terjadi, kemungkinan di Jakarta level pasang surutnya bisa naik sampai 50 cm. Nah, pada saat ada badai di Cina Selatan, misalnya ada tekanan rendah dan sebagainya, tentunya kita mengalami banjir rob. Dan ini terjadi pada bulan 7 tahun 2014. Ya, kemudian dari penelitian kami bersama mahasiswa S2 saya mencoba melihat bagaimana efektivitas mangrove rhizopora dalam mereduksi tsunami. Nah, kami bagi dua layernya, layer akar dan layer tegakannya atau terang, dan kami mempunyai dua persamaan pengatur yang berbeda di kedua domain ini. Kemudian kami mencoba ini adalah potensial kecepatan yang diberikan measure, dan kami memasukkan spektrum energi seperti ini, dan kami ingin melihat seperti apa pengaruhnya batan dan kayu ini, tegakan ini dalam mereduksi tsunami. Kira-kira jenis mangrove-nya rhizopora ini. Kemudian kami juga mencoba membuat untuk Keriops yang tipe ini. Nah, ini hasilnya. Ternyata terlihat bahwa pada mangrove yang ternyata yang dengan mangrove yang dense atau yang tebal, penurunan gelombangnya ini lebih cepat. Ya, kira-kira 25-30 meter energinya udah terredam. Tapi ini yang gelombang acak, gelombang ombak. Kalau tsunami pasti tetap menjalar masuk. Dan ini kita bisa lihat juga distribusi energi dari spektrum ini untuk jarak-jarak tertentu dari apa namanya, dari depan vegetasi ke belakang. Nah, kemudian ini adalah kecepatan vertikalnya dan ini adalah kecepatan horizontal dalam meter per second. Jadi ini kita bisa apa namanya, kita bisa lakukan penelitian. Demikian juga halnya dengan ini. Nah, kemudian untuk KRITIS juga kita lakukan. Kalau tadi ada dua lapisan antara lapisan tegakan dan lapisan akar, nah sekarang kita anggap bahwa tegakannya itu lurus dari bawah sehingga kita diameter under dan diameter up dan lower ini kita anggap 8 cm dengan kira-kira jumlah 16 batang meter persegi dan 49. Ini skala eksperimen dan kita juga lihat ada penurunan apa namanya energi seperti ini. Jadi kalau hanya 1 batang per meter, kalau dia 9 batang per meter, 16 batang per meter, 49 batang misalnya. Dan ini juga adalah distribusi kemampuan dia mereduksi energi. Dan ini kecepatan horizontal dan vertikal dari partikel air yang mengalir. Nah, hasil dari model risopora dan sirup ini terlihat bahwa disipasi energi dalam domain frekuensi ditentukan dengan memperlakukan hutan mangrove sebagai media acak dengan karakteristik tertentu ditentukan menggunakan geometri batang mangrove dan lokasinya. Kemudian laju atenuasinya ternyata risopora menunjukkan kemampuan yang lebih baik daripada KRITIS. Nah, tergantung dari akarnya. Kemudian model analitik mesel ini yang kami rekonstruksi ini sebenarnya bisa digunakan dalam mendesain berapa tinggi dan ketebalan serta posisi dari mangrove ini. Kemudian sedikit ini dengan sonographia kita juga lakukan eksperimen dan hasilnya kita dapatkan seperti ini. Intinya bahwa mangrove ini mampu mereduksi, cuma ada perbaikan di sini karena kita sudah memasukkan lengkungan dari mile slope dari tempat mangrove ini ditanam. Kemudian ini contoh dari dari kemampuan refleksi dan transmisi dari mangrove dan terlihat dengan ketebalan tertentu kita bisa mengestimasi berapa kemampuan menahan atau damping energi dari deretan coastal forest ini. Nah, manfaat lain dari penanaman mangrove dan hutan pantai ini tentunya kita harus mendekati dengan ekosistem based adaptation, di mana kita tahu bahwa di coastal area ini ada gumuk pasir, padang lamun, terumbu karang, dan mangrove. Kemudian tentunya ini fungsinya bisa untuk perikanan, ya, kemudian menyiapkan kayu, obat-obatan, dan penyerapan karbon, dan juga di sisi lain tapi perubahan iklim memberikan dampak yang besar terhadap wilayah ini karena wilayah ini sangat rentan. Nah, oleh karena itu perlu kiranya kita mengidentifikasi apa dampak perubahan iklim terhadap parameter oceanografi yang ada seperti kenaikan permukaan laut, banjir, erosi pantai, intrusi air garam, ya, kenaikan gelombang badai dan sebagainya, sehingga perlu kita melakukan restorasi rehabilitasi mangrove, kemudian ada rehabilitasi terumbu karang. Tentunya indikator-indikator keberhasilan kita ini kita bisa lihat dari apa hasil dari monitoring evaluasi setelah intervensi ini dilakukan. Sekian presentasi saya. Kami kembalikan ke Pak Udre.
Terima kasih banyak Prof. Latif atas paparannya, dan ini sangat penting sekali bagi kami juga karena di dalam kegiatan ITRIK di tahun depan kita juga ada upaya untuk bisa memanfaatkan vegetasi dalam upaya investigasi. Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita masuk kepada keynote speaker kedua. Untuk itu kami undang Insinyur Neti Muharni MURP, Asdep Kerjasama Ekonomi Regional dan Subregional. Untuk itu waktu dan tempat kami persilakan kepada Ibu Neti.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi menjelang siang. Selamat salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang kami hormati Bapak Moderator, Bapak Ibu narasumber, serta Bapak Ibu peserta webinar pada hari ini. Saya sebenarnya mewakili Bapak Edi Pambudi yang hari ini berhalangan hadir, dan kebetulan saya baru mendapat penugasan ini pagi ini. Jadi mohon maaf tadi saya agak terlambat untuk masuk ke dalam link Zoom-nya. Dan sebenarnya juga terkait dengan G20, ini ada rekan kami dari ASDEP multilateral yang kemudian juga berhalangan. Jadi kami selaku ASDEP Kerjasama Ekonomi Regional dan Subregional di Kemenko Perekonomian mewakili, mohon izin terkait dengan hal ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami diminta untuk berbicara masalah Indonesia and Net Zero Emission, Unbundling the Transition Strategy. Jadi kira-kira dalam hal ini panitia sudah memberikan semacam kisi-kisi bagaimana posisi Indonesia saat ini memegang presidensi G20 dapat mendorong ke arah pembangunan green economy dan climate resilient. Yang kedua juga diminta untuk bicara bagaimana transisi menuju zero emission country Indonesia juga dapat memastikan atau mendorong ketahanan ekonomi. Jadi terkait dengan hal ini kami akan coba memberikan presentasi. Ini ya, bisa presentasinya dibesarkan? Ya, oke. Baik, sambil menunggu bahan presentasi yang mungkin dibesarkan. Oke, terima kasih. Bapak Ibu, kita mulai saja ke slide berikutnya, bahwa kita mulai dengan mungkin karena bicara ekonomi hijau, green economy, ini UNEP telah mendefinisikan ekonomi hijau sebagai salah satu yang menghasilkan peningkatan kesejahteraan manusia dan juga kesetaraan sosial. Sementara secara signifikan ini dapat mengurangi risiko lingkungan dan kelangkaan ekologi, rendah karbon, efisien sumber daya, dan juga inklusif secara sosial. Mungkin kira-kira demikian, namun kita pahami bahwa konsep ekonomi hijau sendiri juga definisinya masih berbeda-beda. Nah, komitmen dari negara-negara secara global untuk mengatasi tantangan perubahan iklim diwujudkan terakhir dengan penandatanganan Paris Agreement pada tahun 2015 yang dilaksanakan oleh 195 negara. Nah, pembahasan green economy sendiri telah berlangsung dalam waktu yang cukup lama. Kalau kita lihat milestone-nya, Bapak Ibu, bahwa dari Stockholm Conference mungkin di tahun 72 untuk membahas perlindungan dan perbaikan lingkungan. Kemudian kita lihat ada Earth Summit dan Agenda 21 pada tahun 92, kemudian Kyoto Protocol, Rio Plus 20, pendirian UNFCCC hingga Sustainable Development Goals yang disepakati pada 2015. Tentu saat ini negara-negara secara global juga bergerak menuju zero net emission. Bisa kita lihat ini di layar berikutnya bahwa kita lihat misalnya Suriname, Bhutan itu mencapai target zero emission, sementara negara Eropa seperti Jerman, Swedia, dan negara Asia, Jepang, Korea Selatan, capaian emission, sementara Indonesia perwujudannya masih pada kebijakan. Nah, pengurangan tersebut juga pada private sector, Ibu, perusahaan swasta di Eropa, misalnya di Inggris, menunjukkan keterlibatan komitmen yang tinggi dalam penerapan green ekonomi. Di slide berikutnya, kita perlu juga mendorong kembali perusahaan-perusahaan di Indonesia untuk meningkatkan awareness dan partisipasi, dan dipercaya bahwa keterlibatan swasta ini akan dapat mendorong implementasi hijau ini lebih cepat dari skenario NDC sendiri. Pada tahun 2030, emisi gas rumah kaca akan diperkirakan meningkat secara signifikan apabila kita tidak melakukan upaya-upaya, sehingga program energi bersih misalnya menjadi salah satu pilihan terbaik untuk mengalihkan investasi ke pembangunan rendah emisi. Kata kunci dalam perwujudan pengurangan emisi gas rumah kaca adalah kerjasama. Artinya bagaimana Indonesia dapat memanfaatkan berbagai mekanisme kerjasama bilateral seperti hibah, development aid, maupun joint credit mechanism yang saat ini sudah berlangsung dalam skema kerjasama G20, dan juga kerjasama multilateral seperti COP, UNFCCC, UNEP, dan juga G20. Dalam beberapa forum G20, Bapak Ibu, beberapa isu terkait dengan green economy yang dibahas diantaranya adalah transisi energi, perubahan iklim, green jobs, pertanian, dan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Green economy juga mendukung pencapaian SDGs yang ditargetkan seperti kami sampaikan sebelumnya di tahun 2030. Di sisi lain, masih terdapat perdebatan juga antar negara terkait dengan green economy, terutama terkait penerapan prinsip Common but Differentiated Responsibilities (CBDR) dan perbedaan pandangan antara negara produsen komoditas pertanian dan perkebunan utamanya dan negara konsumen terkait dengan penerapan standarisasi dan keterlacakan traceability produk dalam perdagangan internasional. Juga ada keengganan negara dengan sumber daya alam fosil yang melimpah untuk bertransisi, serta tidak adanya kesepakatan terhadap ruang lingkup green economy. Ini menjadi tantangan tersendiri. Nah, untuk mengatasi berbagai masalah tersebut diperlukan mekanisme pembiayaan yang kuat sebenarnya. Penerapan carbon pricing menjadi sangat menarik karena hasilnya selalu transparan, accountable, permanen, dan juga menghindari perhitungan ganda. Selanjutnya, penetapan harga karbon yang lebih kompetitif dan hemat biaya juga dibandingkan dilakukan sendiri, namun tetap menjaga kualitas hasil penurunan emisinya. Cakupan carbon pricing sangat luas, kini diterapkan tidak hanya untuk memenuhi kebutuhan negara, tapi juga masyarakat umum dan juga sektor swasta. Pelaksanaan carbon pricing dapat dilakukan dengan berbagai mekanisme pasar dan bentuk carbon pricingnya seperti carbon tax, RA certificate, dan juga result-based payment. Indonesia menggunakan mekanisme emission trading scheme secara nasional. Kemudian kita lihat lagi bahwa analisa SWOT terhadap penerapan carbon tax menunjukkan bahwa pajak karbon secara langsung membantu mencapai target pengurangan emisi yang jelas. Hasil pemungutan pajak dapat digunakan sebagai model pembiayaan rendah karbon dengan prinsip daur ulang pendapatan. Sementara itu, tantangan yang dihadapi adalah kemungkinan kebocoran karbon atau kebocoran dari target pencapaian karbon sendiri. Tantangannya adalah pengelolaan karbon yang relatif berbeda sejak nasional. Nasional 2024 itu pembangunan yang lintas. Bapak Ibu, hal ini akan memberikan dampak meningkatnya kesejahteraan rakyat sebenarnya kalau dijalankan sesuai dengan yang diamankan, dan juga kualitas sumber daya manusia sendiri bisa menurunkan tingkat kemiskinan dan juga pengangguran serta terjaganya keberlanjutan lingkungan dan stabilitas ekonomi. Nah, salah satu sasarannya tentunya adalah dalam pembangunan berkualitas ini adalah penurunan risiko kaca yang akan berpengaruh besar terhadap target Indonesia yang telah disampaikan dalam NDC penurunan emisi pada tahun 2030 29% dengan upaya nasional dan 41% dengan hubungan internasional yang menggunakan tahun 2010 sebagai baseline atau dasarnya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, beberapa skenario isu yang muncul dalam penerapan inisiasi green economy antara lain dari sisi pendanaan, teknologi yang digunakan, juga peranan tarif karbon, peranan perusahaan swasta, dan tidak kalah penting adalah tadi kita sebutkan transisi energi. Net zero emission sendiri mengacu pada pencapaian keseimbangan keseluruhan antara emisi gas rumah kaca yang dihasilkan dan emisi gas rumah kaca yang dikeluarkan dari atmosfer. Indonesia saat ini sudah mempunyai roadmap menuju net zero emission yang dimulai pada 2021 dengan persentase penggunaan energi baru terbarukan meningkat secara bertahap dengan target akhir 2060 energi yang digunakan akan 100% menggunakan energi baru terbarukan. Bara selama ini menjadi andalan yang memberikan suplai energi secara perlahan akan diganti dengan pembangkit berdasarkan energi baru terbarukan. Dengan adanya shifting ini, maka emisi dari pembangkit listrik batubara diharapkan semakin menurun dan pada 2060 akan mendekati zero. Tentunya dalam mewujudkan net zero emission melalui green economy ini pasti ada tantangan. Misalnya investasi yang dibutuhkan sangat besar, risiko yang disebut dengan stranded asset, kemudian kesadaran untuk beralih menggunakan produk yang efisien dan ramah lingkungan menjadi permasalahan juga persiapan migrasi ke green jobs, ini tantangan kita yang lain. Selain menghadapi tantangan, berbagai peluang juga akan muncul dalam penerapan zero emission, seperti akan ada banyak penciptaan green job, dekarbonasi pada sektor transportasi, dan mengatur perdagangan karbon. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebagai kesimpulan dapat disampaikan beberapa hal. Yang pertama, implementasi kebijakan green economy dapat diwujudkan dengan melakukan transisi menuju ekonomi hijau yang dapat mewujudkan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang lebih tangguh, pertumbuhan yang inklusif, dan kualitas lingkungan yang lebih baik. Kedua, namun yang masih menjadi tantangan yang dihadapi dan perlu kesepakatan yang solid dari seluruh pemangku kebijakan, baik dari kementerian, di DPR juga, hingga dukungan dari pelaku usaha, yang mitra pembangunan dan masyarakat umum, adalah bagaimana kita bersama-sama menghadapi tantangan yang ada sehingga kita come up dengan kesepakatan bersama. Kemudian kolaborasi dan komunikasi yang intensif antara berbagai pemangku kepentingan, baik di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri, akan sangat penting untuk memastikan proses transisi menuju ekonomi hijau melalui pembangunan rendah karbon ini dapat dilakukan dengan baik. Dan sebagai penutup, mengingatkan bahwa saat ini Indonesia memegang presidensi G20 Indonesia ingin G20 ini dapat memberi contoh. Indonesia ingin G20 ini peran kita dalam G20 juga sebagai pemimpin dunia dalam bekerja sama mengatasi perubahan iklim dan mengelola lingkungan secara berkelanjutan. Ini dapat kita lakukan dengan tindakan nyata. Mudah-mudahan dengan presidensi kita di tahun 2022 ini, selain kita bisa mengambil peran, bisa menjadi leading di dalam menjalankan agenda-agenda tersebut di atas, juga kita bisa menyuarakan kepentingan negara-negara berkembang di dalam forum G20, karena hanya Indonesia yang menjadi anggota dari G20, ASEAN, sekaligus APEC, sementara negara yang berkembang lainnya itu tidak demikian. Jadi peran ini mudah-mudahan secara bersama-sama bisa kita lakukan di tahun 2022. Saya kira demikian Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak kami ucapkan kepada Ibu Insinyur Neti Muharni, MURP. Ini sebuah paparan yang mengajak kita untuk berpikir bagaimana perjalanan panjang yang sudah kita lakukan, harapan-harapan dan tantangan yang juga masih cukup berat. Green economy dan net zero emission ini satu hal yang memang perlu kita upayakan bersama sebagai satu tujuan dari bangsa kita, apalagi kita adalah sebuah negara yang sekarang memiliki tanggung jawab sebagai di presidensi G20. Demikian Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, sesi dari keynote speaker pada hari ini telah berakhir. Kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada kedua speaker yang telah memberikan masukan dan pandangan yang luar biasa kepada kita semua. Untuk itu mari kita berikan aplaus kepada kedua presenter. Demikian Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, dengan berakhirnya sesi pertama ini kami kembalikan acara kepada MC. Dipersilakan.
Acara selanjutnya, rangkaian webinar yang dipandu oleh 3 moderator yang luar biasa, yaitu Dr. Hanifah pada sesi kedua, Irina Raffiana MSI pada sesi ketiga, dan Associated Professor Insinyur Harkunti Pertiwi Rahayu PhD pada sesi terakhir. Kepada Dr. Hanifah kami persilakan.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We will now move on to the next session on the current challenges, progresses, and opportunity. For this session, we will have 2 prominent speakers. The first is Mr. Rick Bailey, and the second speaker is Our first speaker is Mr. Rick Bailey, Head of Secretariat for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, IOTWMS, of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, IOC, of UNESCO. Mr. Rick Bailey is well known for the tsunami community through his active engagement with IOTWMS since its establishment in 2005. First as Project Director, Australian Tsunami Warning System from 2005 until 2019, and then as Head, Tsunami Warning and Ocean Services 2010-2017, both within the Australian Bureau of Meteorology, where he was engaged between 2003 and 2017. He made substantial contributions to the Regional Tsunami Program as Chair and Vice Chair of the ICG IOTWMS between 2007 and 2015. He was also Vice Chair of the ICG PTWS between 2015 and 2017. After that, between 2017 and 2021, Mr. Rick was the director of Tsunami Awareness and Preparedness, undertaking consulting work for the IOC and for several countries around the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Before his involvement with tsunami warning and mitigation, Mr. Rick obtained a Master of Science from the University of Sydney in 1987, majoring in oceanography. He was engaged as a physical oceanographer with Australia CSIRO between 1985 and 2003. His focus at CSIRO was implementing ocean observing networks and researching the ocean role in the climate system. He chaired several IOC committees during that period, including the Ship of Opportunity Program Implementation Panel, and he was the inaugural chair of the IOC WMO Joint Commission for Oceanography and Marine Meteorology Ship Observation Team. Between 2001 and 2003, he held the position of Manager and Scientific Coordinator, CSIRO Climate Change Research Program. This program involved over 100 scientists across 6 divisions working on all aspects, including climate prediction, mitigation, and adaptation. Today, Mr. Rick Bailey will deliver on the mitigation system and the future challenges. Mr. Rick, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so today I want to talk about the achievements.
Maybe you can, yeah, perfect.
Okay. Okay, today I'd like to talk about the achievements and the future challenges for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. Briefly, the achievements have been quite major. If we all recall back 2004, there was no tsunami warning system in the Indian Ocean. Today, there is the IOC UNESCO Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System, which I'll describe. I mean, we can all remember back to that terrible day in 2004 with the Indian Ocean tsunami. Sadly, more than 230,000 people lost their lives across the Indian Ocean. Thousands more were missing, and more than 1 million people were displaced from their homes. In 2005, under the mandate of the United Nations, IOC UNESCO was charged to establish the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. 27 countries got together, all worked together. The Intergovernmental Coordination Group that you heard about was established in 2005. The Secretariat was set up for that office. That's where I work at the moment, and funded with funding from the Australian government also in 2005. And together, the whole the member nations around the Indian Ocean got together to fight against the common tsunami threat. In the interim, though, and whilst the Indian Ocean full system was being developed, we were very lucky to have the support of the USA and Japan to provide an interim alert system. And that really brought in together their knowledge that they had been running a similar system in the Pacific since 1965, after the 1960 major earthquake and tsunami in the Pacific Ocean. So after many years of collaboration, and it took a lot, and Professor Yarn, my good friend, we were all part of that, and many, probably hundreds of people got together and worked hard to establish the system. And in 2011, it was a major achievement. The system became operational. For 2 years, it ran in parallel with the interim advisory alert system so that we could just make sure that it was working okay. The system's been built on 3 pillars. These are common pillars for most warning systems. Firstly, it's the important thing, understanding the hazard and assessing what risk it has. Then, of course, is the timely detection and early warning of tsunamis. And thirdly, and importantly, is helping making at-risk coastal communities what we call tsunami ready, which I'll talk about in a minute. But this is all underpinned by, of course, national, regional and global commitment, cooperation and coordination, implementation of best practices, and of course, research and development. There always has to be continuous improvement of these systems. We can't rest on our laurels. So for the risk assessment, of course, this is the important, very important bit. We've got to determine where the hazard and what communities at risk, because in that way we can educate both our governments and the local communities whether they need to be concerned and whether something needs to have to be done. So in that case, the system brought together and we developed and provided training to member states on how to do this fundamental first step, risk assessment. For the detection, warning and dissemination pillar, of course, this relies on sea level and seismic data to be exchanged between countries timely and instantly. This is so important for warnings. We can't wait days for data to be released. It has to be released straight away. Of course, not one country can monitor all of the Indian Ocean seismic and sea level activity. So it relies on everybody contributing their data and working together. So in that respect, the countries did get together and we had help from other countries from around the world, funding programs, and we set up some core seismic and sea level systems. If you look at this diagram here, on the left was the situation in 2004 for both the sea level network and the seismic network. And you can see there was not much available. Post 2005, there was a huge improvement in the Indian Ocean in both seismic monitoring and sea level monitoring. There's still more work to be done, and we'll talk about that later as well, and more data to be shared. Then in terms of the warning side, we implemented, and again, this took a lot of discussions and a lot of agreement, of a sovereignty principle. And what we mean by this was there were tsunami service providers who were analysing the whole Indian Ocean for the tsunami threat. And 3 of them were established in Australia, India, and Indonesia. So they provided the analysis of the threat, and then national tsunami warning centres were established in each country. That threat information was provided to, and is provided now to, these national tsunami warning centres. They then turn that into warnings for their local and disseminate to their local communities. So now we have quite a comprehensive and fairly complicated system now, bringing in all that data, modelling, comes into those tsunami service providers, out to the tsunami warning centres, and then of course distributed to communities in national warnings. As I mentioned before, community awareness and preparedness is a huge part of the system. The technical system, the warnings won't work if the people don't know what to do. So we've developed community education programs to raise the awareness of the risk and also how these communities to respond. The at-risk communities need to not only have the technical warnings, but when you're what we call local tsunamis, when you're close to the tsunami itself, the natural warning signs may be the first sign you can feasibly get, and people and communities in those situations need to know what to do. To help with all of this, the Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Centre was established in Jakarta, thanks to a partnership between IOC UNESCO and BMKG, funded by the government of Indonesia. And Ardito Kodijat and his team there do a wonderful job of providing all these materials that are so important and training for community education. Of course, once we have a system in place and we have communities made aware of the risk, it's important to keep exercising. We'll show later, this is a challenge for tsunami warnings. It's great that they're rare, but when they do happen, there's a lot that has to be done, and very quickly. So we've encouraged national exercises to test the system, community responses, and every 2 years there's a coordinated, what we call IO-WAVE exercise across the whole Indian Ocean, involving all the member states. The stakeholders in this, of course, are many. It's at-risk coastal communities, of course, schools, hospitals, national infrastructure. We mustn't forget that. Even smaller tsunamis have the power to damage shipping, fishing villages, etc. So we can't rest on our laurels for any size of tsunami. They're all powerful. They're much more powerful. The challenges. Now, as I mentioned before, one of the big challenges for tsunami is what we call a short fuse and a rare event. It can happen at any time, but it's often rare. It doesn't happen all the time. But when it does happen, you've got to respond quickly. That makes it hard to warn and to maintain that community awareness. But not only are there seismic, undersea, earthquake-generated tsunamis, but we now know there are non-seismic generated tsunamis, and we'll hear about this from our next talker. But submarine landslides, volcano collapses, as we've unfortunately found in Indonesia in 2018 in Palu and Sunda Strait. These are more rare, but they're extremely difficult to warn and detect. And of course, the big challenge is how do we make all our world's at-risk communities prepared for the tsunami threat, especially for those of small island developing states and low-income countries. On top of this, member states are wonderfully diverse in their cultures and community arrangements. So it's important that we get national community education and warning systems tailored to those differences. It's not necessarily one model will help all. And this can happen even within countries. So as I mentioned, short fuse events, if you're close to a tsunami, it may arrive in 10 to 20 minutes. This makes it extremely difficult to warn and respond to. This is where we have to rely on nature's warning signs wherever we can and educate the communities to do so. But even far field events that might come from the other side of the ocean, where relatively speaking, people say, oh, we've got hours. Hours is still not a long time to evacuate communities. You still have to be prepared. So our priorities here are the warnings have got to be timely. They've got to be out in time. They also have to be accurate, but we can't wait for the accuracy. We can't wait days. We can't wait hours. We have to get a warning out, timely warning to our communities at risk. As I mentioned, non-seismic tsunamis, they can be created by a whole number of things. Sometimes even an earthquake will create a submarine landslide. And these are difficult to warn for. We don't have the detection systems around. We've got to do more work on this. And this is a challenge that's facing not only Indonesia, but many countries around the Indian Ocean and across the globe. Warnings have to be 24/7. They've got to reach our communities at any time of the day, and the community's got to be able to receive and be able to respond to them. It's important that our warning agencies, our disaster managers are all collaborating with the media, because the media are an important part of our warning chain. So they need to know what to do and what messages that they need to provide. An important one here is the seismic and sea level data, as I mentioned before, really does need to be shared. And there's much more data out there that would be very valuable to us to improve the timeliness and accuracy of our warnings, which we still got to get exchange and agreements in place to make that happen. And of course, as we've all found, COVID-19 puts another layer of complexity on how we respond. And so we also have to have our communities aware of, well, what do you do? If everybody's running to an evacuation shelter, how do you arrange this? How do you prevent from cluster events and seeding of more COVID infections? Again, it's being prepared and thinking ahead of time. As always, there's always silos between the groups doing the risk assessment, the warning and the response. And we've got to break all of that down. The warning chain covers all of these groups and we've all got to be working together. So this is a vitally important part to address. For any system, for any activity, resources, maintaining resources. And part of that is maintaining awareness at the government level too. So often we have a tsunami and then of course we don't have one for a while. So priorities naturally go to other things, but we have to be prepared for the next one. So we must be able to maintain a level of preparedness between that. And of course, it's difficult for countries that have resources, but small island developing states and low income countries, that's even more of a challenge. So we have to work out ways to help those countries as well. They may not be the high tech solutions, but there are fundamental things that can be done. So, but there are opportunities, and I'll just quickly mention what some of these are that we're using to deal with. There's a UN Decade of the Oceans. How do we better use multi-hazard early warning systems and frameworks? I'll bring up too about the Tsunami Ready program. We've got to keep capacity building, keep working with our funding agencies to build capacity across all countries. And something I mentioned too is bringing the younger generation in, helping them to help us, to help our communities to be better prepared. And of course, there's continuing global and regional cooperation. So the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development was launched this year, 10 years, 2021 goes to 2030. It's really how can we bring all the science together? It's a huge international effort that the IOC is coordinating. How can we bring in science to the benefit of us all, looking at all aspects of the ocean? But of course, one important component and social outcome that we're looking at with regards to tsunamis in this respect is the safe ocean outcome. And the safe ocean is just not a tsunami where tsunamis don't occur. No, it's when tsunamis are understood, observed, their impact is accurately predicted, before they reach the coast. And it's when an ocean, and it's about when an ocean that those that live in, work and recreate along it are armed, prepared, with the knowledge to act before a tsunami strikes. So what's being done as part of this program? It's early days at the moment, but a science plan is being developed, because the ultimate goal is we want more timely, more accurate warnings and communities prepared to respond. So it's two components. So we're looking at new technologies, global navigation satellite systems. Maybe it's not a new technology, but how can we bring in that information to understand more about the earthquake, what's generating the tsunami, so we know its characteristics. There's programs now, projects looking at how there's lots of undersea communication cables that we all rely on for our internet for this presentation to get you today. Can we put sensors on these cables that cover key areas for monitoring and detecting tsunamis? And the very important goal is getting 100% tsunami ready or comparable recognition of those communities that are at risk. And to do that, we're bringing together, there's the Tsunami Ready program, which I'll quickly mention, but we also, how do we implement this? And what's happening is this Tsunami Ready Coalition that's being established, all the agencies, all the stakeholders across the globe that may be involved with this. How do we get the resources? How do we get the program to be able to do its job? So Tsunami Ready, you've heard about this. It's basically working with communities and getting the communities to help put together and be prepared based on what we have is 12 indicators. Okay, they're best practices. Okay, what a community, tick the boxes. What a community must be able to do. Have an assessment. Are we at risk? If so, what areas do we need to evacuate? Putting some maps together. The local community is the best at doing this. They know which ways are going to work. It's very difficult for a national agency to come in and tell communities where to go. They know the ins and outs of the streets, where the people are, where the hospitals and things are, to be able to respond. So this program is working with all these, as I said, at risk, where it's been identified that they're at risk of a tsunami threat, working with those communities to progress through all these indicators and maintain that level. It's just important. It's not doing it once, it's maintaining that level of preparedness. And then there are what we call tsunami ready communities. Multi-hazard early warning systems. This is the big way to go forward, I think. I call it a framework because there's not one system that's going to do everything. It's a framework that brings the information together, the observations, the analyses, the forecasts from a whole lot of different centres. The public don't care too much about what happens in that box to the left. What they're interested in is what's the warning coming out of it, the red box to the right, and then having multi-hazard education programs so they know what to do with it. This benefits tsunami because it don't happen very often. So we can't just give a tsunami awareness education program every 3 years because they don't happen very often. They've got to be integrated with those awareness programs for more common floods, cyclones, all those sorts of activity. So that information is continued to be in there, and the community then understand it in terms of and relative to what other actions they have to take. And as I mentioned before, we really do, and I'm so impressed by groups like the You Inspire and the work they're doing and the passion and the motivation they have to get in and understand the communities. Like I said, these communities are all different. There's different cultures, there's different languages, even within one country. This needs the work and the understanding of people and the motivation and the power to do it. So we've got to look to these mechanisms to be able to help us implement. We have the regional guidelines, global guidelines of how to do things, but it's working with local communities to get it done. We found this in a development project up in the Northwest Indian Ocean. We've identified pilot communities. The pilot communities weren't aware of the risks. When they're aware of the risks, then they want to know how and what to do. And so we have the top-down and the bottom-up approach to making sure these communities are aware and know what to do. And then we just got to keep the regional and global commitment going. There's resources going in, as I mentioned, for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Centre, the Secretariat, the tsunami service providers supported by 3 countries. Got to keep these capacity building projects. The UNDP's support for schools programs, schools, young children again. So many cases happened in 2004. It was the young children telling the adults what to do and how to respond to this. So all these programs, and I mentioned before, agencies like UNESCO, just funding such fundamental work in strengthening tsunami warning chains, for example, up in the Northwest Indian Ocean. Looking back at experiences from people in 1945, don't lose that experience. Capture those experiences from those people. Again, rare events, thankfully they don't happen, but when they do happen, it's lessons, what I always say, to be learned, not lessons learned. Those lessons aren't learned until we do something about it and pass the test, pass our indicators. So I guess I'll summarize now. The shared adversity has brought all these countries and people together and working over the years, and we've made many friendships and we've worked hard together and we have these common goals because it's bringing this in. We need to work together because at the end of the day, we've got to make those at-risk communities tsunami ready. So I'll end on that note, but thank you again for the opportunity today to tell you what we've been doing in the Indian Ocean and of course the great support Indonesia has been providing to that activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rick Bailey. I'm very touched, and also thank you very much, Inspire platform. And it's been really inspiring to understand how the IoTWM from the trip guiding principles and also from your very long experience on this field in the challenges and opportunities you have mentioned, and 10 challenges from the unique type of tsunamis that we can find, and then we can find all these unique cases in Indonesia as well. We need to maintain the knowledge, awareness, and resources, and also how to break the silos between the researchers, the actors, and also with the community. But you have also mentioned all the opportunities that we have. I totally agree to invest in younger generation, especially because the tsunami has a long span time. So if it is lost, then the younger generation will suffer in the future. And also how to sustain this kind of international cooperation that enables knowledge sharing, technology transfer, capacity building, resource mobilization, and also co-development. We have you have the motivation on the UN decade 2021 just started until 2030, and the ambitious program for 100% tsunami ready. I believe that in Indonesia some villages has also started, but we also need more villages that we have homework to do. We are starting to have 7 villages that will be that is currently on progress on providing the recognition as tsunami ready to IOC UNESCO, and yeah, definitely working together as we are stronger together. And this you also mentioned that all the collaborative contribution from each countries and actor in Indian Ocean has also enabled all of this progress and development. So yeah, if you have any questions, please raise in the chat room. And meanwhile, maybe I would also like to ask, while waiting for Dr. Abdul Mohari, is Dr. Abdul Mohari already here? So Dr. Abdul Mohari is currently in Semeru, after the Semeru eruption, and he's looking a place to connect to Zoom. So while waiting for Dr. Abdul Mohari, we will start the discussion session. Maybe I will also like to ask you about how do you address on communicating in the crisis, during the crisis, and also we often have the crisis of communication. Sometimes we want to provide information, but what happens in the channel of communication is development of hoax news and something that make community anxious. So there are communication in crisis situation, but also we have a crisis communication and also how to communicate in the emergency phases. Maybe I would like first to address you on these questions, Mr. Rick Bailey, from your experience.
Yes, yeah, look, this is an important one. It's important to everything these days, from COVID to tsunami warnings, getting the important information and working out what's fake. And I guess what we tend to find and what we tend to promote is within each country, when we develop a national tsunami warning train, is promoting who the authorities are. It's very important that people know this is the point to go to. This is the authoritative. But having said that, of course, there is always this other information out there. And for instance, in the Australian Tsunami Warning Centre, when I was working for the Bureau, we would keep an eye. We would have screens showing earthquake information, sea level information, but we would also have information on what the news channels were saying. And we would have people dedicated to that, media experts dedicated to that. If the message was wrong, for instance, some news might be running all day, but they replay news at nighttime, so it's all out of date. And in one instance, they were saying, you know, there's a tsunami warning out, and it would be finished hours before. So we have people actively engaged with that, actively engaged with the social media to try and keep not responding to all of these, but keep pushing out the authoritative messages about this is what needs to be done. And it's also important, you have to put a lot of work into how you communicate that. Again, like I mentioned, that the communities aren't interested in the scientific aspects of the earthquake and the tsunami itself. They want to know what to do. They want to know, oh, there's a tsunami coming. What do I do? And so that is the key bit of information that needs to be communicated and well communicated to people, especially when you don't have much time. And one thing we found is, yes, short messages for tsunami, short messages are good, but for tsunami, because of the awareness, sometimes you may just have to put that little bit more information into the warnings to explain to people what to do. They may know what to do with floods because they have them all the time, but it's still very hard for people to respond quickly to what their preparedness was told them to do for tsunami. So sometimes it just has to be that little bit. There's your one opportunity in a warning message to say, this is what's happening and this is what you should do. And so that's important. But that fight against hoax and fake news, it will continue the more we rely on social media, but we've just got to keep pushing out who the authorities are and where's the excuse me, best source to go to.
You can take some water.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rick Bailey, for your answer. And yes, it's really important, and it's also something that we need to understand more, and also maybe we need to receive more capacity building on how to bridge all this communication, and also how to prepare the better translation so people can understand better, and also how we can better prevent the news become changing in the middle of the way. So I think the literacy plays a very important critical role in the community level up to the leaders level, so we can have a better communication in terms of during crisis, and also intervening the crisis communication. So for participants, if you have any questions, please convey in the chat room, or you can also raise your hand to ask to Mr. Rick Bailey, since he's here. To Mr. Maybe my other question, Mr. Rick Bailey. So on the tsunami ready part, based on your experience, as I understand, it's also in your division on the risk, tsunami ready. But can you also explain on how is the procedure and how is the verification that the IOC UNESCO is conducting when providing recognition as a tsunami ready community? Maybe some community here is preparing for that tsunami ready recognition by IOC UNESCO. Maybe you can explain from that 12 indicators what kind of verification is done by the IOC UNESCO. Thank you.
One more drink of water. Talking too much. It's evolving at the moment, the whole process, but it's fantastic. Like in Indonesia, we've got these 6 or 7 communities now coming forward to do. Hopefully that's the start. Hopefully that is the landslide that we want to see of communities getting engaged, and maybe there's communication here. But the important part of it is each country is asked to set up a national tsunami ready board. There's got to be ownership within the country, there's got to be ownership within the communities. So that's the main part where we're looking at, firstly, nationally, here's a list of indicators, here's how communities are going, how we resource this and how we get to each community. And I think this is important again, and it comes back to how many more people we can engage. This goal of 100% at-risk communities across the globe, that's a huge amount of communities that we have to get to. And it won't be possible for us at IOC to go and check every community. So we're working out how we do this with countries, what kind of procedure we can come up with to, first of all, you have to get the recognition within the country. And some countries have their own recognition programs. They may call it something else or something similar. And we've got to recognise those along the way. But it's important the countries go through the steps. They set up some procedures, like I said, have the National Tsunami Ready Board that's in place to be able to monitor these, because I think it's on the order of every 3 years, you have to go through the evaluation again. So we've got to look at how to do that. And then to get the IOC recognition, well, then the countries will put forward, at the moment, we're trying to see if we can have representatives on the national boards so we can see what's happening and impart some training and some education into those national boards as well, what happens. But then those boards will put forward the recommendation to the IOC for that international recognition. And we understand some communities like to have that. It's a good competition to have, to get communities to have that recognition. And I'll be honest, it may become that the Tsunami Ready becomes part of some more ready programs, again, in the multi-hazard aspect of things, because again, this is important. This is not just tsunamis. It's being ready for a whole lot of hazards and how that can be all managed together. And so how the communities just need to know, okay, tsunami, flood, the community need to be getting to one message on what they need to do to be prepared and ready as well. So over time, I'm sure this will all evolve into hopefully broader programs for community resilience.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rick Bailey. So the first is having a national tsunami ready board, and the second is that this tsunami ready also actually can be implemented not only for tsunami but also for other type of disaster, yeah, because it's also empowering the community to have the ownership and being able to conduct their preparedness by themselves with collaboration with other partners.
That's right.
So we have two questions that was conveyed directly through me. The first is from Weniza BMKG. I believe that maybe you know Weniza from BMKG. So she mentioned that Indonesia has been very actively following the tsunami exercises through the Indian Ocean IOWAVE since 2009 until 2021. Which kind of exercise that is suitable in the implementing IOWAVE in the future that can be in line with the tsunami ready indicator? So like if we want to make the IOWAVE exercise and the tsunami ready indicator in line, what type of exercise or what type need to be elaborated so it can go together?
Sure, that's a very important question, and a very important that we bring these two together. You can imagine as we first built the warning system, a lot of the effort was on the communication systems working between the tsunami service providers and the national tsunami warning centres. And over time, and again, as communities are becoming educated and aware of the risk, we really want to involve more and more right down to the community level. This is exercising in the national tsunami warning chains all the way to the communities wherever we can. And so an important part of this will be, and we're even using it as part of, if we're developing capacity within countries, the test will be the exercise as part of it, and then getting countries to be tsunami ready. And the exercise, or even a national exercise. I mean, the international ones are held every 2 years. They're a big effort to do, but we encourage countries to do a national exercise, and they may even be provincial exercises, as many as you want to do in between, to make sure there's some activity going on. But certainly the IOWAVE exercises will be a wonderful way of making sure that message goes all the way to the people that count in the communities.
Thank you, Mr. Rick Bailey. So engaging in IOWAVE, we can also be part of the Tsunami Ready, but since IOWAVE is once every 2 years, we need to ensure that in between the community also conducted either with the national level or with their community level, also doing the exercise twice a year, yeah, minimum twice a year.
It depends on your risk, of course. If it's more risk areas, you do more exercises. But yeah, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Rick. So the next question is from Bu Esti from the University of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. She's asking on how to build the commitment between the government and the community on building resilience.
Okay, this is, like I said, this is the important thing, is making governments and communities aware of the risk and understanding that. So it is working together. Hopefully the Tsunami Ready program is an opportunity to do this, because the national board should have representatives from government at that level about, and which are both national legislation and resourcing of these activities. So it's an opportunity to make sure there's a communication between the needs and the resources that happens. So this is the important way. Doing the exercises is a demonstration of the requirements and the commitment by the local communities to go through with Tsunami Ready and the importance to them. So I think there's just many avenues like this. It's just opening up that communication. It's not quite a silos thing, but it's the same sort of thing. You know, governments have other priorities too. You know, sometimes it's not a case, it's not a priority, it's just that there are higher priorities. And this comes back to the risk assessment side of things again. Governments, communities, financial institutions, ourselves, we all work on a risk kind of analysis in one way or the other. So it's highlighting what the risk is to that community and what its needs are. And I think that's the important conversation to have.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Mr. Rick Bailey. And building this communication is definitely something very important, and also how to maintain this communication. Sometimes we also have difficulties because once the communication and the commitment is there, the people is changing, the leaders is changing. Yes. So then we need to start all over again, and maybe the type of communication might change. But yeah, communication definitely play a key role in building all this commitment. The next question is from Ibu Yisnia Sopiani Karang from D2 KPMK. She's asking how to build an integrated early warning system between a ministry or institution that can be translated into a hazard sign that can be understood by the community.
Okay, well, this is then, I think this is related to the multi-hazard. It's a good theory about there's a multi-hazard system, but how do you make it work? And I think, again, this is communication between all of the different authorities that may have responsibility. Sometimes you might be lucky within a country and one authority is doing a lot of the, and it's a multi-hazard authority in that respect. But still, there are other agencies and responsibilities. It's important, to find and agree amongst everybody, this is the authority for this particular hazard. But then there's a lot of work about, okay, how do we, again, for the community, the internal workings may be different, but how do we start to standardize the output from these? How do we make the warnings look familiar, be understandable? And that's where the organizations have got to come together and to say, right, how do we interface our output to the community? Okay, like I said, people don't want to know you've used this observation and this type of analysis and things. At the end of the day, it's probably the way that each organization needs to look to the community anyway. Is, again, what's the community want? What's the question the community want answered? Here's the hazard. This is what I'm supposed to do. So again, it's working together. and just making sure that output is unified and standardized and coordinated. That's the most important part of it. And again, you may have then like a more of a national working group on these sorts of activities that brings all of those groups together to not, again, talk about the details of the hazards and things, but how to communicate it. Communication, again, is so important.
Yeah, definitely communication and having a dedicated working group that bring all these different people together so we can work on having more effective early warning systems that work between the ministries until to the community. And yeah, I think the very important message today is on this key on communication. So this can be a fuel on bridging the partnerships and collaboration between multi-stakeholders that are engaged and different actors that are also engaged. So yeah, Dr. Abdul Mohari now is in the way of connecting to the to the Zoom from Semeru. Hopefully can join around 11:30. And by the meantime, allow us to still ask you a question. Maybe if you need some more water.
Sure, I better. This is good though. This is.
Yeah, maybe I also want to ask, since you are here, and maybe I one of the young generation that also didn't really follow on how you studied this Indian Ocean tsunami warning, but can you also elaborate on how did you study this IOTWMS? Because I think also connecting all these countries in Indian Ocean is something challenging. Of course, I understand communication is the key, but how to start bringing all these countries together? I think it's also like if we go back in history, it's also something that need a lot of effort, that maybe we can also learn from that process to bring the light move on. I think what is already in place we need to bring forward, but also we need to understand how it started so we can also understand how we need to continue these initiatives.
Sure. I guess the important thing here was most countries at the highest level recognize the importance and the devastation from this. So there were two very important meetings of getting together high-level representatives from countries, one in Paris and one in Mauritius, which really got together. And again, it was communicating, okay, again, what's the hazard? What's the risk of this happening again? We could see the impacts, so we knew the consequences now. And then getting commitment. For Australia, for example, I can say it was the Minister for Foreign Affairs who was involved in that, not just the emergency side of it or things. This was a very important issue that was seen for the region. And how do we work together? And I guess that was the important thing. Like I said, it was the threat that brought the countries together. It sort of transcended political barriers, etc. This was something that could have happened. And you know, some countries were lucky back then. It doesn't mean they won't get a tsunami next time. This is another part of the communication. That was the way the energy went from this tsunami. One further down, Java could send the energy in different directions, and different communities could be impacted by the tsunami. So that was the important thing. And again, it's like I mentioned before about communicating up within your countries about the importance. It's priorities again. It's not like important or not important. It's making people aware of the level of importance that it is to these communities and the risk again that's there for it. So this again, you know, in the years before that, I mean, we've known for a long time the Pacific has many tsunamis and has had for many years and had a system. It was thought, well, other regions, no, it's not. And this is why it happens. It's often reactive to these things. It wasn't only the Indian Ocean that was set up in 2005. It was recognised that there's a hazard and a risk in the Caribbean. So a warning system's been set up for there. And it's also been recognised in the Mediterranean. And we go back in history there, there's many records of major devastation due to tsunamis through the Mediterranean. and the Northeast Atlantic. So a system has been set up there as well. So unfortunately, you know, out of that devastation, it is brought much more effort and recognition into this hazard. And we know it's not a case that if the next tsunami happens, there will unfortunately be more tsunamis. We know this. So again, that's the difficulty in keeping prepared for these rare events that have such major consequences. This is always difficult for government, for communities. It hasn't happened for a while. And as you quite rightly mentioned now, bringing the youth into it. Now we're nearly 20 years since the 2004. The youth now aren't necessarily aware of what happened back then. So again, it's the education to keep going. And as I said, there were many instances where it was the young children who'd been taught in school about tsunamis and what to do that stood up and told their parents what they should be doing. And this is important. Education is important to, again, not just tsunamis and hazards, it's important to everything. A good education. So getting those programs in schools is a good start too, because this keeps that awareness in the community, from villages through to government. If it's part of the curriculum, it's what you're taught. And again, it's priorities. There's so many things for schools to teach. For countries, I mean, like Indonesia, you have so many natural disasters and phenomenon to defend yourselves against. It's clearly a high priority for your country here too. And then other countries can look on and see what you've done. It's what we've learnt in our project in the Northwest Indian Ocean, working with 5 countries up there, is we've all learnt working together. Now we need to share that information with all the other countries. We all learn each time we do something. And so again, storing that knowledge and communicating that knowledge is important.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rick Bailey. So yeah, knowledge and transferring the knowledge to the younger generation and maintaining this motivation and this importance that this is for our own life, our own good, and our next generation safety is something that we need to keep and maintain to keep on this motivation, and also maintaining the collaboration, because it's not only one country, but it's multiple countries that can face this kind of issue. So I hope that we can maintain that, and also, yeah, having the education in schools, in all schools, is also a homework that we need to maintain. I think it's very important. I heard that Bu Neti is still here. Bu Neti, if Bu Neti is still here, there is a question to you, Bu Neti, from Bu Yesnia Sopiani Karang. Bu Neti. So Bu Yesnia is asking what kind of policy that can be taken on leveraging the community awareness on the zero net emission goals. What kind of steps that need to be done to do the localization on environmental awareness and green economy in the community level? Bu Neti, if you are still here, maybe you can also help to convey this question, to address this question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think Ibu Asti, yeah, asked about
from Ibu Yusnia.
Ibu Yusnia. Yeah. Thank you, Ibu Yusnia, for the question. Talking about awareness that on the sustainable development and zero Z emission and everything. I think, of course, there are several policies that we can do that. First, of course, that it is we work through the regulation. How, for example, we ensure that for example, in our education, that we include this material to the school, for example, to the curriculum, so that students will be much aware of this. So true education is the first policy that we can approach. The second, also we could also involve the community, because in our community there are also a number of what we call that non-government institution, for example, that are very aware of this issue and put a lot of work on that. We can also involve them in this. And also another part of society, for example, we also have millennial group now, young people who also pay a lot of attention to this. We could also involve them in this. For the government ourselves, of course, that self-regulation has been imposed. For example, when how we attract, for example, green investment to the country, and also green financing, and other fiscal and non-fiscal policies that the government to meet the target of the ending, also the zero. I think in general, that is my answer to you.
Thank you, Bu Neti. So I think the key message, the red line here is also on the education, importance of education, and also on communication on making this happen, ya Bu Neti. Thank you, Ibu Neti. I saw from the, thank you very much, Ibu Neti. So I saw raising hand from DIT PRB BNPB, but now the raised hand is already down. Is anyone want to ask from the directory of BNPB? I think from the audience there. Yeah. No. Okay. So otherwise, yeah, Bu Harkunti.
Thank you,
Bu Harkunti, please.
Thank you, Mbak Rahma. So I would like to ask to Ibu Neti, actually related with this green economy. Eventually, if you are talking about the green economy, Ibu, that you also present the transition of the energy from the fossil into the green energy, right? And then to what I know, if I'm going to the, back to the community again, there is still like lack of what you call this, lack of perception of the, of the community as well toward the green energy. Because, for example, if we try to develop or to talk with the community related with this, the off-grid, for example, off-grid, the green energy development, and they said they don't bother to do that because the assistance of the electrification is very easy for them. So it's easy for them to rely on whatever on the PLN itself. So maybe Ibu is, the main key to change the mindset of the community toward their perceiveness toward the green energy. If PLN can change, like to fast track their their program to change from the fossil energy into green energy, because the community doesn't understand what is green energy or fossil energy. As long as there is electricity they can access, that's okay for them. So this has become the main issue. So maybe, do you have any idea how you're gonna collaborate with PLN, because PLN now still relying on the fossil energy rather than the green energy because of the price, because of the supplies, easy of the supply, and so on. Please, if you have any idea. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu Harkunti, for the question. To be honest, I don't I don't, what we call that, my portfolio is not on this, as I said that earlier today, but I would like to share my personal opinion about this based on my experience on this, Ibu. Yes, of course, that the community, for our community, especially in our rural community, for example, what they need is that they need electricity. They don't care whether it is from fossil energy or it is from renewable energy. So in this case, of course, that our obligation, the government especially, this work, of course, rely much on the government policy on the energy transition. So we have the target for energy transition, energy mix, for example. We have the target for that, and to realize the target, of course, that several policy has been imposed to that. And for example, we imposed the target of B30, for example, how to reduce the use of fossil oil by biodiesel from the what we call it, palm oil, for example. Now the government have imposed the policy of B30. For example, there is one policy how that we can reduce that. And we also, in the power, in electricity, of course, that in the rural area, we also develop what we call the independent what we call that energy that we use the, for example, use
independent power plant. Okay.
Yes, independent power plant, 1 megawatt to the community so that they can access that. And we also work, for example, in Batam. So we have the floating solar energy. So this kind of initiative has been developed in some areas in Indonesia. Of course, the problem, as you said, that this renewable energy is still more expensive than the fuel oil. That is our main challenges now. So that's also the challenge for our PLN. You know, if it is in commercial, in commercial level, it is more profit to have the fuel energy than the renewable energy. So that's all the challenges that we need to set. And for that, of course, that we believe that nowadays that the technology is much better. For example, for the solar energy, the cost of the solar energy now is much reduced than before. But of course, that we together need to work on that more, so that in the future that it can be less price. However, in the small scale, it is quite affordable. This kind of, for small scale, for household, for example, it is now much more affordable. So there are a wide range of policies from the government so to have the energy mix, for example. So hopefully that will lead toward the zero emission in the future. Thank you, Ibu.
One more question, Ibu Neti. I'm sorry, Mbak Rahma, the moderator, while waiting for Mas Aam. Ibu Neti, this topic actually is very interesting for us, okay? Because we are talking about resiliency here in terms of turbulence, in time of turbulence. So the time of turbulence here that I could understand that based on what has been presented by Professor Yan, actually we are talking here about the sustainability. You know, the sustainability, if we are talking about new and renewable energy, my question here to Ibu, whether has been discussed in the COP26, the last time in Glasgow or in Abu Dhabi, because if people switch everything to new and renewable energy without any, boundary, or without any, regulation, the disaster will change. People will toward to all the green energy without thinking about sustainability. So I think it should be, I agree with this energy mix rather than full change to new and renewable energy. Could you imagine, Ibu, if all the sea will be covered with a solar panel to obtain wind or solar? So it will increase more on the, on the climate change impact, right? So it will impact on the climate itself. So I think this should be have, a very strict regulation in the future, because I can see in your presentation that Indonesia believe will change to RNUE by 2050. So without any, any strict study or strict regulation, so we're gonna create another disaster to the climate. So thank you, Ibu. Maybe please, if you have any advice or any suggestion, or if you can inform, is there any study related with that? Yeah, how the contribution of the RNE development into the climate itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ibu. I was not in the COP. My colleagues attend the COP, so I don't attend the COP. But what I understand from the situation now, that what you are asking for, of course, that for example, yeah, a lot of effort have been done on this, and also a lot of research, a lot of work have been done on this. What I believe is that no people absolutely have the same opinion with what have you already said. Maybe the key question that it is not easy to achieve that. Each country have their own challenges in achieving those goals. So we know that every country have different challenges. Yeah. And also for Indonesia, for example, so we have our own challenges. But what I understand that it is not easy also to have the global commitment in that, okay? But what we already have done so far is that we try to reduce the gap, and we come to the commitment that we can achieve together. So it is very good to know that globally all the same. Despite each country have their own challenges, but the commitment is there. So I think that is what we appreciate very much, that these kind of things. And of course, that as you said, that if you ask me about what is done, I've already done with the research and everything. Every effort has been done to that, and we are working together to that, Ibu. I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Neti.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ibu Neti and Ibu Harkunti.
And I'm I have to leave the meeting now. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Neti, for joining our webinar and for your very insightful speak and discussion. We can learn a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Neti. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Abdul Mohari, who is already joining us from Semeru after the Semeru eruption for response and helping the emergency in Semeru. Dr. Abdul Mohari, are you in the panelists already?
Yes, yeah. Already.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Mohari. Thank you very much also to Mr. Rick Bailey for your very impressive presentation and also valuable discussion, long discussion that we have with you. And we would like to welcome the head of Data and Information Center of National Disaster Management Authority, or BNPB, Dr. Abdul Mohari. Dr. Abdul Mohari pursue his PhD on tsunami engineering in Tohoku University, Japan, and obtained his master and bachelor in Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. He has received numerous awards on coastal engineering and also on tsunami, and he has published a lot of publications on tsunami and coastal engineering. So to Dr. Abdul Mohari, today we'll present on on the challenges and also on how to communicate the disaster in the era of post-truth, the challenges and the strategy. To Dr. Abdul Mohari, the time is yours.
Thank you, Rahma. Good morning, everyone. I think it is still I still can say good morning, I guess. Good morning from Lumajang, Semeru. Please allow me to share my screen. Today I will talk about the thing that basically not quite related to what I learned during my study in Tohoku University, but this is the work I responsible at the BNPB right now, the National Disaster Management Agency, about the communicating disaster in the age of post-truth, challenge, and means to approach. So I will have some slides for the theoretical background, and we will see what would be the implication if we really do the what the theories say, and what if we are not doing what the theory says.
Dr. Abdul Mohari, can you? Okay, it's now full screen.
Yeah. Okay. This is the motivation of my talk. A crisis is not necessarily a disaster. When handled in a timely and effective way, a crisis can actually become an opportunity to gain competitive advantage from the disaster preparedness perspective, of course, and to build trust and confidence and move the organization forward. And probably I would say, and move the emergency response phase appropriately. This is very important to understand this word, because we have several terminology, and sometimes we are not put it in appropriate way, not put in appropriate time. There's quite different between risk and crisis communication. During the pre-event, before the disasters, we always put the risk communication as part of the education, socialization, and way to approach the community to really engage with the so-called disaster preparedness. So this is, we conducted before the event, but particularly it's not only before the event, but also during the event and also post the event, but the frequency is different. The aim of the risk communication is to avoidance of an event and also reducing the impact, the potential impact of the event. And for the preparedness, emergency preparedness, risk reduction, and impact reduction. While when we discuss about the crisis communication, this is what usually conducted during the event, while the information of an event that is occurring or imminent, inciting action similar to the risk communication, and particularly to be used for warning sign, emergency instruction, and etc. But the most important keyword here, when we do the crisis communication, is to control the situation. This is very important to reduce panic, reduce confusedness, and encouraging communication. So filling the gap, filling the necessary information that people need, not only the people in the affected area, but also the media, also the people in the other area than the disaster, but they have concern to know what happened at the disaster impacted area. So this is the common situation, common expression, common things that we obtain during the crisis of emergency. panic state, afraid, confused, limited resources at any case of disaster, no coordination, and sometimes it ends up with the chaos when the emergency aid start to come and the people start to stop the emergency aid and fulfill what they need, and particularly can create social destruction if this not handled appropriately. And once the gaps of the information during the disaster is not filled up with the trustable or official information, then the hoax will start and circulate the social media and bringing the negative opinion, the acceleration of the emergency phase, creating social destruction, social distrust, and it ends up with the difficult time to really put the people at the affected area on the appropriate emergency response action. So communication during disaster crisis has the potential to change the perception of stakeholders for negative direction that will end up with damaged reputation. But disaster crisis also has two different frame time, short time and long time. The occurrence of disaster crisis period is widely discussed by the community. Public attention will be drawn to the incident. Social media will spread info and photos about the incident, which is not necessarily true. Sometimes it's true based on the visual evidence from the affected area, but sometimes it is not. So effective handling crisis communication can reduce negative impact by preventive prolonged crisis, preventive hoax with official media account of authorized agencies. So we learned that at the communication theory, there is 6 C's of an effective communication. First, command, control, consistency, and what I highlight into the point 5 of the 4th point and 5th point is collaboration and coordination, and 6, continuous communication. This is an example of a difficult time for us at the National Disaster Management Agency during the Mamuju earthquake. So at the first 10 hours or the first 24 hours, the visual information coming to Jakarta is completely different with what happened in Mamuju. So if you see this figure, if you're not at the Mamuju at time, then you will see complete damage, complete destruction of Mamuju and Majene at that time. While when you there, you will see just not just, but if I say the impact of the earthquake is limited and scattered area. You have one full block with probably hundreds of houses. You only have 2 or 3 damaged building, and when you go to the other blocks, you will find just 2 or 3 damaged building. Well, the other building is survived, something like that. But the visual or the video coming to the other area, other than the impacted area, showing the complete massive damage that probably will trigger the impression that Mamuju at that time completely destroyed. So after that, 2 days after the aftermath, there is a message on WhatsApp group and then spread out massively that saying BMKG, BNPB said that there will be the next big earthquake, bigger than the previous one, and it will trigger massive tsunami bigger than Palu in 2018, and this method spread out through the whole community at the West Sulawesi. And what happened after that? We are having a very difficult situation, because at that time you are not only handling the emergency response after the earthquake, but also at the same time you're also facing an increasing trend of the COVID spread after the New Year holiday. So what I would like to show you on this graph, at the first few days before the negative message, before the hoax coming to the WhatsApp group, there's only about 19,000 evacuation places. 19,000 evacuees before the negative message spread out. And because on that time we are not really handling the information, and the hoax spread out very fast, and then it really and it significantly affected to the people in the influence the affected people in the affected area. And then people start to go to the evacuation places, not on the centralized evacuation places, but scattered in the hills and also in the other places. And you see the red dot is the first phase of the impact of the hoax for the community. It's increasing significantly. The evacuation places, also the evacuees, from 19,000 to almost 100,000 evacuees only in 2 days after the message is spread out. And what happened after that? We are trying to put the evacuees on the appropriate places, put the health protocols, but we are not because the already 3 or 4 days close interaction between evacuees, we are not able to avoid the increasing spread of COVID-19. So you see, 14 days after the peak of the evacuees, then we will have the peak number of COVID-19 patients. And it took about 3 months to really control the COVID situation, while we still also handle the emergency response phases. On that time, the head of BNPB, Mr. Doni Munardo at that time, also get COVID-19 during his visit at Mamuju area. So this is the impact of the very critical days and the first 2 or 3 days, missing gaps of information, missing handle of the information, missing gaps of the information, so we cannot avoid the increasing spread of the COVID-19. So after that, we learn to put in a standard operation procedures of the communication, crisis and emergency risk communication. First, we should be the first agencies to inform the media, and then be right, be credible, express empathy, promote action, and show respect. One critical point is also the necessity of media engagement since the beginning, that we should do the close communication continuously. So this is what we do at the summary. So this is the first impression of the media at the first 1 or 2 hours, and then dedicated in the third hours after the event, we conducted the media engagement press conference by integrating the whole agencies, the whole respective agencies, not only the government agency, but also the respective related NGOs, related representative of community. We put at the one table, we talk to the media, and we do this continuously every day, so we can really engage with the media until what you see right now. The whole information of the Semeru could really be the encouraging communication that we can give to the people affected area. So my conclusion is encouraging communication fills necessary gap of information immediately. Media engagement make clear what time to inform what news, and then evaluate feedback. Okay, by that I hand over the Zoom to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Mohari, the head of data and information of BNPB. Your presentation is really interesting and addressing on how we can learn about risk communication versus crisis communication, having the 6C principles: command, control, consistency, collaboration, coordination, and communication. Also the complexity on disaster emergency during the pandemic. You have shown several experience, for example, the Mamuju earthquake and so forth. Maybe I would also like to ask about the challenges that you face during the recent Semeru eruption, since you are there, but also in the same time we have flood in many places and so on. Also the importance of media and the importance on how bringing all the key stakeholders together, sitting together and providing the communication in line with one another's. So if there is any questions, please convey in the chat room. Otherwise, yeah, I think my questions will be on the recent challenges that you face in Semeru, for example, but also in the same time, you are not, the communication from the government is not only addressing one event, but multiple events, and also the complexity, because Semeru, for example, is the eruptions, but also on the hydrometeorological condition, like in the situation of heavy rain, and also on the pandemic. So I think the challenges is also like multiplying in the recent disaster. Maybe you can also elaborate on the recent experience, Dr. Abdul Mohari. Pak Aam.
Oh.
Okay, so Pak Aam is currently need to report to the head of BNPB. So I think we're waiting for Pak Aam. If you have any questions, you can address, you can convey in the chat room, and we will compile once Dr. Abdul Mohari is returned back. In the meantime, maybe Mr. Rick Bailey, if you are still here, there is a question. Yeah.
Hello.
There is a question. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for still being with us. There was a questions addressed after the Dr. Hamzah Latif presentation. So Dr. Hamzah Latif presentation mentioned about how the vegetation is effective on reducing the tsunami risk, but also the limitation if the tsunami is higher than 8 meters. So there is some audience that want to know your perspectives on the limitation, on this kind of limitation when the tsunami is higher than 8 meters. How do you see the nature-based solution can still be helped, or maybe if you also see this kind of limitation in other countries outside of Indonesia, the limitation that the vegetation tsunami more than 8 meters. Maybe for lower than 8 meters it is effective, but for higher than 8 meters, maybe the challenges is different. Maybe you can address that challenges.
Sure. If I think I understand the question is, yeah, obviously there's degrees of threat with these, and quite often the warnings, some countries will determine at a threshold above that level, it's just huge. And sometimes that is often a result of, from a warning perspective, for large earthquakes, and this is what was found in Japan in 2011 as well. Large earthquakes can actually continue to rupture over a long period of time. And we don't know the full answer on the magnitude until that eruption is finished. Now that's too long for the warning. So sometimes what will be an estimate of this is looking like a big earthquake. So when we issue the warning at the timely point in time, it's like it's going to be bigger than this, because again, if you wait for too long, it's arrived. So there's just technical limitations in how quickly you can analyze the earthquake. And this is why we're looking under the tsunami program of the UN Ocean Decade, is how much more information can we get in a more timely, quicker fashion to understand the earthquake characteristics, to be able to, and there's just, like I said, there's limits on this. The 2004 earthquake, I think it ruptured for 6 or 10 or 12 minutes later. So the full analysis wasn't possible. Meanwhile, the wave is arriving. The first wave is arriving at the nearest location. So this is a way, I suppose, many countries are trying to transfer from the scientific problem of how big is the earthquake and how big will the tsunami be, to the practical situation is we've got to issue a warning at time X. These are our uncertainties, and this is the way a lot of hazards are going now. Again, it's a risk analysis for the users, and particularly disaster managers. What is your certainty of that value at any point in time? Then the user will make an analysis of their own to how certain of what their decisions are going to be. If we say at a certain time it's bigger than 8 meters, but we're not certain yet, the disaster manager will have to take that into account when they make a decision. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
yeah, thank you, Mr. Rick Bailey. And I understand that having more scientific research on addressing what is the effective method, measures, and also because it's possibly also case by case and depends on the local situation, etc. So thank you again very much, Mr. Rick Bailey. And I would like to thank you for this session. Dr. Abdul Mohari just informed me that he is called by the head of BNPB. Yeah, it's a difficult situation because he's responding in Semeru and the situation is quite challenging. But we are very happy that Dr. Abdul Mohari could convey his presentation on risk communication during this communicating disaster in the era of post-truth, the challenges and also the strategy, and also he conveyed about several key, for example, the 6C and so forth. So for the key takeaway that I take during this session, I think basically communication and collaboration plays a very important roles on how all the addressing all the challenges and also on moving forward, but also how to have a stronger science in a local basis and bridging the science into policymakers and action, so we can have a stronger basis on our action. The multi-stakeholder partnerships is definitely very important because stronger we are together, together we are stronger, and this together we are stronger include multi-stakeholder partnership from the scientific community, the government, and the community. And to make this happen, we need a strong communication, a very good communication. We need to maintain the good communication and sustainable communication, also on knowledge production, knowledge transfer, and also continuous education and exercises. And the fourth is inventing and empowering the younger generation. So I hope that this session can give a light to the series of webinar. And before closing this session, we would like to have a photo group in the panelists from you in the panelists. Maybe Bu Harkunti, you can also turn on your video if you are there. Yeah, thank you. And we can have a group session on the panelists. So I think we will take 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Again, thank you very much for this fruitful discussion. During the second session, we will start the next session at 1 p.m. So we will have a break time for 1 hour and start again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much again to Mr. Rick Bailey, Dr. Abdul Muhari, and everyone that attend to this session. Thank you very much. I am Rahma Hanifa from BRIN and You Inspire to end the session. Thank you.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Dr. Manusia. Hadirin yang berbahagia, selanjutnya adalah istirahat makan siang hingga pukul 13. Para hadirin dipersilakan untuk istirahat makan siang dan melakukan ibadah sholat zuhur. Kami ingatkan kembali untuk sesi selanjutnya dari kegiatan internasional webinar Building the Coastal Regional and Community Resilience and in Times of Turbulence, Recalibrating Our Development Resilience Relation seri 3 akan dimulai pada pukul 13. Terima kasih dan sampai bertemu kembali di sesi berikutnya.
Oke, terima kasih banyak.
Sejak tahun 2017, secara swadaya kami telah merintis upaya pengurangan risiko berbasis komunitas. Seiring waktu kami mendapat
dan akhirnya dapat mengintegrasikan apa yang sudah mereka lakukan itu kepada BPBD, BMKG, komunitas lembaga terkait di wilayah mereka tempat tinggal maupun dengan Universitas Perguruan Tinggi untuk membantu bagaimana membuat kajian risiko bencana di wilayah mereka tempat tinggal.
Kami mengadopsi 12 indikator kesiapsiagaan tsunami UNESCO IOC karena dua alasan. Pertama, program ini memberi kami arah yang jelas untuk membangun kesiapsiagaan tsunami di lembaga selatan secara komprehensif. Kedua, fleksibilitas program ini juga memungkinkan kami untuk tetap menggunakan kearifan lokal sebagai fondasi di dalam membangun kesiapsiagaan ini. Hal ini sangat krusial karena diperlukan jembatan kearifan untuk mengkomunikasikan sains modern dengan masyarakat yang masih agraris tradisional dan kemampuan literasi yang rendah.
Java is the most populated island in Indonesia and is growing rapidly. The south coast of Java is facing directly the Indian Ocean and thus facing the risk of a megathrust tsunami.
Tahun yang lalu, Pangandaran mengalami bencana tsunami yang cukup mengejutkan karena tidak ada tanda-tanda seperti gempa bumi yang biasanya memicu terjadinya tsunami. Tentunya, dengan banyaknya wisatawan yang berlibur ke Pangandaran, jumlah orang yang berada di Pangandaran bisa meningkat drastis. Artinya, jika terjadi tsunami, maka akan banyak orang yang harus diselamatkan. Mengingat sebagian besar wilayah pantai selatan Jawa Barat, khususnya Pangandaran cukup unik, dengan dataran tinggi pantai yang sempit dan tebing tinggi yang kemungkinan besar merupakan pemukiman penduduk di wilayah tersebut, maka perlu adanya perlakuan khusus untuk menata wilayah ini untuk keperluan evakuasi. Itulah mengapa sangat penting untuk memiliki rencana kontingensi menghadapi gempa dan tsunami untuk masyarakat. Karena tujuan akhir pengurangan risiko bencana adalah menyelamatkan nyawa sebanyak mungkin. Artinya, masyarakat juga harus memahami cara menyelamatkan diri saat tsunami terjadi. Dengan bergabung pada komunitas siap siaga tsunami, akan meningkatkan kesiapsiagaan masyarakat, mengurangi tingkat kepanikan, dan menyelamatkan banyak nyawa.
Tsunami Ready is a very important part of building community resilience along the southern coast of Java.
Hello, Mbak Irina, Mr. Simon. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mbak Irina, your voice seems a little bit small.
Oh,
or is it in my side? Oh, no, perfect.
Hello, everyone.
hello.
Hello, Simon.
Good morning, Simon. Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me, right?
Perfectly.
Oh, okay. Simon, do you need the background or you're comfortable with your real life background?
I'm comfortable with that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Maybe
Yeah,
I
somehow-
have to switch off the video later during the presentation
Yeah.
to have a better internet connection.
Yeah, that's true. Do you want to check your slide? If you want to try sharing screen, your audio is very good.
So do you see my slides?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Amazing.
Or you interrupt me later if the voice is not good enough, and then I can switch off the video.
Yeah, I will do that.
So then I will keep it on for now.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall I stop sharing?
Yeah.
Or can we?
Yeah. So basically we have almost less than an hour, including introduction. So, Rahma, will there any timekeeper to give a sign in the chat?
I think me, Mbak Nurul, and Hanif, Mbak Esti will do the timekeeping.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I will have an eye on the chat as well.
And while we're still waiting for Mr. Jacob and Miss Dimitra, maybe we can still go on time.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Let me just drink. I don't know how to position my camera. Maybe this way. Yeah. Okay.
Miss Irina?
Yes, hello.
Maybe we can start at 3 minutes.
Yes, we can start in 3 minutes while waiting for Jacob and Dimitra, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Fatia. Halo Mbak Esti.
Mbak Irena, you are still muted.
Yes, I am having a quick breakfast.
I mean, Mbak Irena BNPB.
Ah, Mbak Irena. Oh ya, Mbak Irena.
Similar name.
Apakah suara saya bisa didengar?
Sudah bisa.
Mbak Irena, I think you're a little bit feedback atau menggaung suaranya.
Halo Mbak Irin.
Halo. Suaranya agak gaung.
Thank you Mbak Irin.
Hai Mbak Esti.
Thank you Pak Simon.
Shall we start? Teman-teman BNPB, kalau sudah siap, kita boleh mulai.
Sip. Coba Ren.
Tes bisa didengar? Apakah bisa didengar? Iya. Selamat siang para hadirin. Kembali lagi setelah makan siang, hadirin dan para peserta webinar yang kami hormati. Webinar internasional dengan tema Critical and Turbulent Earth, Linking the Frontiers and Human Survival akan dimulai. Pada saat ini kita akan menampilkan 3 pembicara, yaitu Dr. Simon Klein dari German Aerospace Center, yang kedua Profesor Dr. Jacob Reiner dari Universitas Bonn, Germany, yang ketiga Dr. Dimitra Salmindau dari University College London. Persilakan untuk Irina Rafliana MSI untuk memoderatori sesi ini. Terima kasih.
Baiklah, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Bonn. A very good afternoon for everyone in the other part of the world, in Indonesia particularly. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan. I hope everybody is now much more fresher because they have their lunch already and also breakfast. And would like to also acknowledge the immense work behind this. Professor Jan Sopaheluakan, thank you very much for the session. And also Dr. Udreh from BNPB and all of the colleagues that have been working very hard to make this interesting, important webinar happening today. So today we are going to continue discussing the challenges, progresses, and also opportunities related to the topic of building resilience of coastal regions and communities in turbulent times. Very, very important topic. And instigate our minds about how we recalibrate, rethink about the relationship between development and resilience. And this relates directly with still the International Tsunami Risk Awareness Day. And therefore, together with us are 3 amazing distinguished speakers who are very much related with Indonesia in the sense. First, we have our speaker from German Aerospace Center, DLR, particularly in the unit called Georisk and Civil Security, Dr. Ing Simon Manuel Planck. Good morning, selamat pagi.
Morning, hello everybody.
Thank you so much, Simon, for being here. You are part of also the Tsunami Risk Project, Indonesia and Germany Tsunami Risk Project, and addressing geoscientific research, social scientific research, and also policy recommendation. Very good morning to Professor Jacob Reiner. Good
morning.
Very happy that you here arrived in the room together with us, and also a very warm welcome to Dr. Dimitra Salmanidou.
Good morning, everyone.
Wonderful. Everybody is here with us. So not to further ado, shall we just start, Simon, with your presentation?
Yes, I share my screen.
Please do. Thank you.
Do you see my slides?
Yes, perfect.
Yes. Okay. Then. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Simon Planck from the German Aerospace Center, DLR. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present here our joint Indonesian-German project, Tsunami Risk. On the title slide, you see many logos. The lower row are the German project partners, research institutions, universities, the Technical Relief Organization of Germany, and a small enterprise, Scamper. And at the very top of the slide, you see our many Indonesian cooperation partners. We are very happy to have you on board on our joint project. The project acronym is Tsunami Risk. It tells you we are focusing studying tsunamis. However, we are focusing on a special type of tsunamis, on landslide-induced tsunamis. Indonesia has a well-designed tsunami early warning system designed particularly for seismically induced tsunamis. However, in 2018, Indonesia was struck by two mainly landslide-induced tsunami events. First, the Palu earthquake, usually non-tsunamigenic earthquake, a strike-slip earthquake, caused a series of landslides, also partly submarine landslides. And these landslides, together with the geomorphological structure of Palu Bay, caused a disastrous tsunami. The other event occurred a few months later was the flank collapse of Anak Krakatau volcano, and also this flank collapse caused a disastrous tsunami. These two events, Palu event and the Anak Krakatau collapse, are the main motivation for our project Tsunami Risk. In that project, we are focusing on the identification of areas at risk, and we are developing methods for monitoring these risk areas. Furthermore, we want to improve the knowledge about the geophysical properties behind these landslide-induced tsunamis. Therefore, we are performing several modeling approaches. And besides the geoscientific research, we also focused on social scientific aspects regarding early warning and risk assessment. And finally, we would like to transfer all the results into practice, from science into practice. Let's start with the risk identification. Regarding the landslide type induced tsunamis, we are searching for areas with similar characteristics like Palu Bay in order to define and find out areas at similar risk. And for volcano-induced tsunamis, potentially tsunamigenic volcanoes, we have created a catalog. For that catalog, we analyzed all active volcanoes in Indonesia and neighboring countries, Philippines and Papua New Guinea. And volcanoes defined as active when it erupted in the last 10,000 years. For our analysis, we considered all volcanoes with a distance of less than 20 kilometers to the coast, so all island volcanoes and volcanoes close to the coast. We did not only identify potentially tsunamigenic volcanoes, but we also ranked them. We gave them a certain score. The higher the number you see here on the map for a specific volcano, the higher is its potential to cause a tsunami due to a flank collapse, for example. We considered in our analysis the tsunami history of the volcanoes. We performed geomorphological analysis regarding the height of the volcano, its distance to the sea, which gives you the average slope, and also the steepest slope parts of the volcano building were considered. We searched for indicators for flank instabilities like breached craters or calderas. And we took into account the eruption history of a volcano. A volcano that erupted in the more recent past is more likely to have an instability on a flank than a volcano that erupted a few hundred or thousand years ago. What you see here on the map is the preliminary results, with the highest ranked volcanoes being Anak Krakatau, Gamalama, Batu Tada, or Ilibarong. For Indonesia, we identified 60 potentially tsunami-genic volcanoes, and with the neighboring countries, we have altogether over 130 potentially tsunami-genic volcanoes identified. Furthermore, we are developing techniques for monitoring these potentially tsunami-genic volcanoes, and I would like to show you some examples based on satellite data, where we combine all available satellite data from high-resolution radar sensors, optical sensors, and thermal satellite data. This example, what I show you here, is kind of a pilot study for our project. It is a rapid dome growing and tsunami-genic collapse of this littoral dome in Papua New Guinea at a small volcanic island. And we analyzed that dome growing and collapse using all available imagery from weather-independent radar data, high-resolution optical data, and combine it with thermal satellite imagery. We are developing techniques for mapping changes at volcano surface on an automated way. Here we see an example for Karangitang volcano, very high-resolution optical image. Same volcano acquired a few months later after a series of lava flows, and with our automated technique, we can derive the lava flow areas, the changed areas on the surface. This was performed with very high resolution commercial satellite data. We tested this approach also with freely available satellite data at a coarser spatial resolution. And you see here the results in yellow of the coarser resolution, but freely available satellite data. And that matches very well with the results of the very high resolution optical data. On this map, you also see a lot of white areas. For these white areas, we have no information about the ground, as we have cloud coverage. Cloudy sky or an active explosive activity at a volcano, this limits the visibility with optical sensors. Therefore, we are also developing techniques based on radar data. With radar, we are independent of the weather situation. We can also analyze the ground surface changes during explosive activities, where optical sensors are very much limited. Here's an example of the recent pyroclastic flow event at Simarun volcano, which occurred beginning of December. On the left-hand side, you see an animation of a pre-event and the post-event radar scenes. And on the December 7 scene, you see very good the deposits with this bright signature, the deposits of the pyroclastic flow and the lahar. On the right-hand side, we plotted with this red area the change that we derived from the weather-independent SAR data and plotted it onto a pre-event optical image for better interpretation. But the information itself about the change of the surface was derived from the weather-independent radar imagery. Besides the satellite monitoring techniques, we are also developing concepts for a seismically based early warning, especially designed for warning for volcano collapse and landslides as triggers for tsunamis. Besides the identification of the areas at risk and developing concepts and techniques for monitoring them, we also want to improve our knowledge about the geophysical properties of landslide type induced tsunamis. And therefore, we are comparing the observations, for example, as shown here, observations from space with repeated radar acquisition. We can measure ground deformation of a volcano surface, for example, due to magma inflation or deflation. And we are comparing this with numerical and analog models in order to find, for example, the source parameters for this ground deformation that we observe we have satellite data. We're performing similar approaches regarding mass movements. So input parameters for our modeling approaches is information about the geology, about seismic data, about the morphology. And this gives then, in the end, information about the slide velocity, about the slide dimensions. And this information about potential landslide, about potential volcano flank collapses, this dimension and velocity, this information is very important for modeling then tsunami propagation. And these are very important input parameter for these. For the tsunami propagation, we are performing 2D flume tests, 3D basin tests, and numerical modeling approaches. Besides the geoscientific research, we are also focusing on the social science aspects. So we are investigating disaster cultural aspects. We are investigating the currently existing communication structures and processes of early warning in order to find gaps and develop ideas how these existing communication structures can be improved. And we are investigating all available literature, international literature about tsunamis and early warning, and also Indonesian literature in order to learn from experience, to learn from the past events. To summarize, based on the information we derived about risk areas and monitoring concepts from satellite and seismic data, together with an improved understanding about the geophysical properties of landslide type induced tsunamis, and with the results from the social science, we then want to transfer the key results into practice in order to provide recommendations for an improved resilience and to integrate, for example, the results, the concepts for a seismic-based early warning for landslide type induced tsunamis. We want to integrate this concept then into existing early warning systems in order to improve them, especially for landslide and volcano flank caused tsunamis. And what has been very important during the entire project, and is very important also beyond that project, is the continuous exchange between our Indonesian partners and the German project partners. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Simon, for a very succinct but also rich information and also update related with the work, particularly on the German-Indonesian collaboration on tsunami risk project, taking the atypical tsunami sources as part of the new way of learning on how we improve the Indonesian tsunami warning system. And it's very, very important as well as interesting to also acknowledge the new technologies such as satellite technologies, as you mentioned, and incorporate that with social science lenses to then put that in practice. So let's take that into our next discussions. And also thank you so much for your presentation. Bapak Ibu yang ingin bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia, jangan khawatir, silahkan menuliskan dalam bahasa Indonesia, nanti saya bantu terjemahkan. Jadi harusnya bahasa tidak menjadi hambatan kita untuk berdiskusi pada hari ini. So I was just mentioning that it is absolutely free for anyone to choose either Bahasa Indonesia or English so that they can involved in the fruitful discussion today. Very good. Thank you again, Simon. Now we will step into the next presentation. We have with us here Professor Dr. Jacob Ruiner. I hope I spell your name correctly, Jacob.
Yes, you do.
He is such an important person in the trajectory of my learning in the disaster risk reduction domain. Also have been involved and know Indonesia a lot together with Professor Jan Sopaheluakan Blackton during the Twin Sea project. Professor Ruiner is a scientific director in the Global Change and Systemic Risk in University of Bonn. He is also the director of Bonn Alliance for Sustainability Research and Innovation in Bonn. He was previously involved in the Institute of Snow and Avalanche Research in Davos, a scientific advisory board for the Development and Peace Foundation. Most interestingly, also we collaborate in the Science and Technology Advisory Group at UNDRR. He was also board member of the German Committee for Disaster Prevention, BKKV, or the German's BNPB. And we have a lot to learn from you on your take around the COP25 event. And I think I don't want to take further time of yours. Jacob, please take away the stage.
Thank you very much, Irina, for the nice introduction. I'm just trying to share my presentation, and if you can tell me if this works. Can you see it?
Yes, it works perfectly.
And
Jacob.
can you hear me? So,
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much again, Irina, and thanks to the organizers, to Pak Jan, for this kind invitation to this important event. I'm extremely happy to be kind of back to Indonesia, where I spent many interesting and pleasant days discussing with many of you on the important topics we are discussing today. I have left United Nations University around 3 years ago, but I'm extremely happy to be in these discussions again. So my topic is a broad one, reflections from Indonesian tsunami and warning system and COP26 in Glasgow. So I need to be extremely selective. You could also say that these are two completely different topics, because the Indonesian tsunami is mostly a geophysically based event, and Glasgow is of course about climate. But Simon has just shown us that there are many ways climate with landslides can also trigger tsunami, of course, and there are many other connections. So let me just start about a few remarks on the Glasgow event, on the recent Glasgow event. And as I said, I will be very selective, so it's a kind of a rather personal set of issues I will talk about. What I remember best personally is the discussions at the very last days or hours of the Glasgow event on the questions on how we should deal with the wording on getting away from coals. So what we would of course need would be a phase out, but it was kind of phased down to a phase down instead of phase out. And it was said that India played an important role in this context. It was denied later by India, so it's not quite clear how the discussion came up. But I thought it would be good to maybe look at what India what the position of India is in such a context. And one of the ways we might do it is in simply trying to see the amount of CO2 that has been emitted by the different parts of the world. And you see India as quite a small place, although it has a very sizable part of the world population. You see also Indonesia, which is even smaller, but we see that the large part of CO2 that has been emitted so far since the CO2 emissions, the industrial CO2 emissions started, has come from US, from the EU member states, and so on. So questioning the total phase out immediately and maybe asking for a phase down, at least for some countries, is very much understandable from my point of view if you look at it like this. So the question is on who should phase out first and who maybe should phase out a bit later, I think is what stood at stake here. it should also be said on the very positive side, it was the first ever mention of this theme, of this first ever explicit mention of these themes in the COP agreements, which of course sounds a bit crazy, but this is the way it is. And I think it's again good to look at where we are now concerning this central goal, which we have, of course, which is the limitation of the temperature increase. Numbers differ a bit. I took the estimate here of the World Resource Institute. Here we have been above 4 degrees in the numbers before Paris. We have come down to around 2.4 degrees. If you're looking at the NDCs now, if you're looking at the pledges that are around, it's even a bit lower. But if we are relying on the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, we are at 2.4 degrees, and we should come to down to 1.5 degrees. So we are on a way, but we are far away from what we should reach. Now, so this is the central agenda of COP in Glasgow, but I think it's also interesting to look a bit aside and to see, on one hand, what has not been on the agenda of COP, but which I think should get to the agendas, and then in a second part also see what COP on the positive side has triggered, which is not found in the documents, in the formal document, but which has happened around. So let me first start with the negative part. What has not been on COP 26? And one of the things is trade-offs. We have, besides the climate, we have many other big goals. And they're sometimes going along with each other, and sometimes they are in conflicts, and sometimes these conflicts are quite harsh. And I would just like to mention two. One is environmental protection and food production. You see here the article number 38 of the Glasgow Climate Pact, which is the formal outcome, summarizes the formal outcome of Glasgow. Paragraph 38 is dedicated to environmental protection, many aspects of environmental protection, the restoring ecosystems, taking care about biodiversity, while ensuring social and environmental safeguards. This is, of course, all important goals. Another important goals is to feed humanity, the present humanity, 8 billion and soon 10 or 11 billion. And I would say it's only roughly clear how to get these targets together. There will be a huge work for science and also politics to reconcile these two big goals: getting humanity fed and fulfilling paragraph 38. The second one is 36, which I would like to mention. This is renewable energy. So renewable energy has fortunately several pillars. It is solar, it is wind, it is also water. If we take care about its ecological impacts, it's also geothermal energy, which is unfortunately will not be enough to supply our whole demand. So we will rely a lot on solar and wind. And if you look at the wind turbine, at an individual wind turbine, or at a small group of wind turbines, they look neat and slim. But if we are to deploy them on a scale which we need to decarbonize worldwide, the world economy, the amount of material we need in terms of steel, for example, in terms of particularly copper, in terms of many rare earth material, is absolutely breathtaking. And there is, if we are doing the whole math here, it is not yet completely clear if and how we can supply this, and we have to think about the corresponding mining, the huge ecological impact of the corresponding mining. So ecological energy production from this point of view needs to be seen very relative, and we will have actually, while we are solving one of the problems, namely CO2 emissions, we will hand in many ecological problems we have it. So I think in future COPs, these kinds of trade-offs, they are not the failure of the COPs, they are intrinsic problems. They should be phased in. So while we need to phase out coal, we should phase in the discussion on these things. Now, on the very positive side, I think, and this to me has been somewhat not completely new, but has increased very much. COP has obviously attracted a lot of initiative and energy, or generated a lot of energy around the negotiations in a large row, and this is only a very small extract, in a large row of agreements that has been made, that partly would have maybe have been made anyway, but I think not all of them. So it obviously, and this I hope very much, that COP will be a kind of a source of energy actually for motivating people to get together, for motivating different players to get together. For example, and I think the one at the top of the list, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, to some extent it's maybe still only talking, but I think this will increase. The huge financial means the investors have will of course be very important to really trigger and boost the development in this direction. And I think we have seen at least some important starts here. I will not go through the others. There is of course the Asian Development Bank Energy Transition Mechanism, which is also especially for Indonesia, the Philippines, and other countries. So I could actually make the list much longer. But since my title is also about science, I think there has been a very important initiative, or I think an initiative that will become very important, is the what is called the Adaptation Research Alliance, which has been launched shortly before COP. You can become a member. As organizations can become member. There is also funds this organization have, and one of the when we're talking about recalibrating resilience and risk, one of the statements I like very much in this in the statements of the ARA is that we believe that vulnerable countries should not only become resilient, but they should prosper. I will come back to this at the end of my talk. But still, as risk managers and risk researchers, we have the question is, of course, what are we doing with this lower arrow now? What does it mean, this uncertainty, if and how we can get down from 2.4 degrees to 1.5 degrees. And I think as serious risk managers, I would say we have to hope that we can do it, but we cannot rely it. We have to hope for the best, but be prepare for the worst. And the question is then, where are we here? And again, my view now is extremely selective. For me, there is a kind of two very big developments, a good one and a less good one. I think where the progress is generally really weak is in what we call underlying factors of risk, such as poverty, inequality, corruption, conflicts, and I might enlarge the list. It's no wonder that this is rather weak, because we're not just talking about risks here, we are talking about development issues, very basic development issues. But there is one, I think, strong progress, which I always liked, and I think we were talking about here. It's our capacity in forecast and early warning, that gives us a kind of a real advantage in dealing with many risks. And when I'm talking a real advantage, is not I'm saying that everything is good, but as risk managers, again, I think we have to look also the glass as half full and not as half empty. So I think if we compare the world now with the world 50 years ago, I think the progress we have made is absolutely breathtaking. And this is not only about tsunami warning, it's of course about meteorological forecast and so on. And I think Indonesia has played an important role, and South and Southeast Asia in general. If we see not only the progress we have made in Indonesia, starting with the systems that Simon just has described, but also the progress that has been made in cyclone warning, for example, in Bangladesh. I think this is really great. Also, as far as I see, even since I have left United Nations University, the coordination that is going on internationally, I think this is extremely nice. How much time do I still have, Irina?
Wait a moment. I think
I need only 2 minutes, maybe.
1-2 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
Please,
yes.
just proceed. No worries.
So to simplify the way I look at the early warning system, and I think this maybe can also be a bit extracted from what Simon has said in much more detail. I always see a triangle consisting of human, of technology, and of organization and politics we need. And if early warning systems don't work, they fail, they often do not fail because one of the corners is not doing what it should, but that it's often at the sides of the triangles that the things don't go together. And this is a big worry, of course, of risk research. However, I'm very optimistic that we can actually, with all our cultural, psychological differences, different technologies, different political systems, I'm very optimistic that we can continue to make significant progress, because I think we do it all the time. We do it. We bring these triangles together. We are very much used to when we are driving cars, when we are using our laptops, when we are using our phone. If you're looking at these actions we are doing every day from this point of view, we do bring together different cultural backgrounds, different technologies, and different political systems that need to organize all these systems. So I do think we are on a good route here. We will always need to learn from successes and failures. I think there was a good success again with the recent Flores earthquake, where a tsunami warning was initiated. It could be taken back. I think this is how it should happen. We had a very, very negative, disastrous, extremely sad experience just now in Germany. So normally in Central Europe, we think that these kinds of failures are something we see on television. We can also have it at home in Germany, but we need to learn about it, and we can already see in Germany now that there is a lot to learn, and this high number of fatalities will not be needed anymore in a next similar event. But this is how, unfortunately, you can say, but it is to some extent simply being realistic. We need to learn and try to see what we can do about failures. I'm coming to an end, just showing again what I have shown before. We believe that climate vulnerable countries should not only become resilient, but they should prosper. And I think there is a lot, this speaks a lot to what, in my opinion, development planners and risk researchers and scientists should do. They should transgress boundaries. I think development planning needs to go beyond short-term profit thinking and take into account risks. That's what we like to say as scientists. But we should also make our own step on the scientific side. I think we should do more than just thinking about how to reduce risk and how to increase resilience, but we should think about how to aspire for prosperity. So going much beyond just increasing resilience and reducing risk. So that would be my take concerning recalibration of development, environment, and risk. And with this, I would like to stop. I think we are in exciting times, because I think also, if looking at COPs, I think these courses are changing a bit, and I think this also gives us new chances, but also new challenges in science. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so very much, Professor Rühner, on the very inspiring talk and your take on the systemic lenses of risk. And you mentioned about the paradoxical realities that you take or you capture or you take note from the COP26, the trade-offs, but also not to forget to learn from success and failures. And thank you again to you and also to Simon to pick up the very recent events in Indonesia to make it really realistic for us in Indonesia to reflect on your talk. So thank you so much on that. I take note on a lot of important point. We will take that out again during the discussion. Now, shall we then step into the next talk, which will be delivered by a very good colleague, Dr. Dimitra Salmanidou. She is a senior research fellow in the Statistical Science Department, visiting researcher at the Alan Turing Institute. She's also involved as a co-investigator at the Future Indonesian Tsunami Towards End-to-End Risk Quantification, or FITTER project, where she leads the work package of bathymetry and source parameterization. That's not really easy to try to spell out. She is also she's also the chair of the Working Group 6 on Dissemination and Risk Communication of the COST Algifar, Accelerating Global Science and Tsunami Hazard and Risk Analysis, which is a network to improve, standardize, and promote tsunami research. So not to further ado, Dimitra, take it away.
Thank you very much, Irina, for this lovely introduction. And thank you very much, Professor Jan, for inviting me here. I'm very excited to be with you. I hope you can see my screen. I must apologize for the condition of my camera. It looks like I'm coming from the Matrix, but I'm waiting on a replacement, and we are sorting supplies right now in the UK. So today I'm going to discuss about the work that was recently published in the International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction, and it involves catastrophe modeling of future potential tsunamis in the Java trends. So I would like to start with a brief introduction on catastrophe models. So they are mathematical models that are used by the reinsurance and insurance industry in order to estimate the expected losses that would arise from the natural disasters, in order to be able to inform their policies and to cover the potential losses. The output of these models are usually loss exceedance curves, which are graphical representations of the probability that a certain loss level will be exceeded within a given time threshold. So the objective of this work was to look, our project focuses on future Indonesian tsunamis, and the objective of this work was to look at future potential losses of large tsunamis in the Java trends, and estimate the losses by using damage to household level business and non-business assets as a proxy for impacts on household welfare. This is the model that we used in order to do the catastrophe modeling. It is called the ASIS Loss Modeling Framework, and it's an open source catastrophe modeling platform. The idea behind it was that it was developed with the aim to promote open access within the catastrophe modeling community and transparency. It is consisted of different components, and I'm going to describe a little bit more in detail, because this is the core of our work. So the first component is the hazard component. And from this, essentially, we have the tsunami events that are different from each other. And we get the hazard footprints, such as the maximum elevation in the area of interest. The other component is the occurrences, which check the probability of events with certain intensities occurring across a long enough time in order to encapsulate a comprehensive distribution of even the most extreme events. The third important model is the vulnerability of the area. And this module assesses the degree to which assets, whether these assets are structures or livelihoods, they are likely to be damaged by the hazard. So this model produces some vulnerability curves and associates them with damage. On top of that, the exposure of the population is measured, and also the corresponding green insurance policies, which would cover the loss. So in this case, we consider a steady insurance policy that would cover every losses. The end product is the financial loss, which can be given by the loss accidents curves. So for the Java trends, we did a proof of concept study where we thought about 25 large earthquake events that would generate tsunami hazard. The magnitudes of the events were between 7.9 and 9. And we used the Okada solution in order to produce the seabed displacement by varying the slip. And consequently, this affected the uplift and the subsidence of the earthquake. Other parameters that were varied were the location of the fault and the depth according to the position with regard to the trends. So to do our simulations, we used the tsunami code Jaggers, and we have looked at different resolutions, depending either on data that we found from GEPCO or from the National Bathymetry site of Indonesia. And we started with a coarser resolution at 450 meters, moving gradually to 120 meters and 30 meters around the area of Cilacap. We measured the maximum elevation at the grid cells on this small area. One of the largest examples is an earthquake of magnitude 9, which would be very close to the region. This is one of the worst case scenarios that we examined, with propagation times for the first wave peak between 20 and 40 minutes, and some grave inundation, as you can see in the map. The next part of our work was the occurrences. So earthquake frequency magnitude relationships can often be described by the Gutenberg-Richter law. This law expresses a number of earthquakes of a certain magnitude that may occur in a region within a specific time period. And based on historical seismicity of the region between 1977 and 2011, OCAL in 2012 has produced this formula that expresses the number of events that might occur above a particular seismic moment. So by extrapolating to larger events, we were able to understand what would be the distributions for larger magnitude earthquakes. The inter-event times followed an exponential distribution, and we looked at 10,000 events that varied from 7.9 and 9 in approximately 300,000 years, so a very long period of time. Among these events, 20% of the events were of magnitude 7.9, and 2.9 of these events were of magnitude 9, according to this distribution. And we used the Poisson distribution in order to understand how we, in order to randomly assign the events over time. So, for example, looking at a small snippet of the 10,000 first years, we are seeing that we would expect approximately 6 earthquakes of magnitude 9. So in order to model the exposure, we looked at the population grid from the high resolution settlement layer. And these are the orange pixels in this area that provide the information of at the household level. Unfortunately, they are not very refined, but they are very special. They are very well spatially distributed. And we looked at 6 particular sub-districts in the area of Java that would be affected by an event. In order to estimate the coverage, we had to look at the household level data. And for this case, we used the Indonesian Families Life Survey, Wave 5, that was conducted in 2014. And also this information obtains data for around 70,000 households across Indonesia. These households are distributed all over the country. So we only had some small information for the number of households that were interested in this particular sub-district. So we used as a factor the total insured value, which occurred from the average asset value minus the insured minus the percentage of the insured assets. To produce the damage curves to be used for assessing the vulnerability, the loss to house for the level business and non-business assets was used. And for this case, we looked at a demographic survey that was that is called STAR and was produced after the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami event. This survey happened in a period of 5 to 14 months after the event, and collected data from approximately 5,000 households in the area of Aceh and the North Sumatra. So this survey showed that the household that was in the area of medium damage, rather than no or little damage, reduced its welfare significantly by 5.8%. Whereas households that were in a heavy damage area, rather than a no little damage area, showed welfare losses of 33%. The model considered internal and external validity, and multinomial logit regression was used in order to assess the damage and produce the vulnerability curves. So finally, we looked at we have produced 1,000 EP curves for these 10,000 events, looking at different intensity thresholds, such as between a light and medium intensity of event. We sampled randomly from for 1,000 EP curves, and also for a heavy threshold, we sampled again for 1,000. So this is the maximum elevation that would be of light, medium, or heavy intensity. And based on this data, we estimated the loss for the next 100,000 years. This window zooms in the 1,000 years. And by looking at this, for example, we can say that a tsunami event with a frequency of approximately 1 in 100 years in Cilacap would have associated damage caused that would correspond to 0.3 trillion Indonesian rupiah when considering 2014 prices. So to conclude our work, we used 275 tsunami simulations from earthquakes of magnitude 7.9 and 9 over the area of Cilacap in Java. And we coupled them with a probability of occurrence over a period of 300,000 years for 10,000 events. The bathymetry, we try to be to have a bathymetry that was as resolved as possible at 30 meters resolution based on our data. And we produced some vulnerability functions for various metrics of impact. And we created all these modules in OASIS in order to estimate loads. We are trying now to expand our study and refine it. And one of the areas that we're looking again is the Java trends. But in this case, we're trying to distribute the events using a sequential design training, which is an experimental design algorithm. And we are also looking at the objective is to build emulators in order to assess more sources in a more well-distributed way. And we are looking at the maximum elevation of future impacts. The other objective is to also expand from the area of Cilacap to other regions of the Java Islands. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitra, for extremely interesting presentation. I think we should give a round of applause for all of the speakers today, panelists. I think we are now empowered with immense information. I think capturing from Dimitra's presentation, I remembered that the issue about the South Java megathrust discourse in Indonesia alleviated at least since 5, 6, 7 years ago, and it keep on continuing being raised. But then how should we transfer this notion of panic or anxiety into something that then, Jacob, also relate to the short-term profit thinking idea? We should actually think beyond anxiety, and also, and on the other hand, profiting the development processes into what you have actually explained, looking at a really long-term calculation or financial loss through many different ways possible, including, reflected by your research here in Indonesia through the FITTER program. Very, very interesting. I think we can now open the round of discussion. I, again, thank you very much to all of the panelists for being super strict and punctual with the times that allow us to have a lot of discussion. We have actually one question already here. This goes to Dr. Simon. From Gusti Prabawa. Pak Gusti, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Pak Gusti asked, thank you for your insightful information. Did the research also identify tsunami risk caused by morphological and geological structure factors such as narrow bay at Palu and submarine strike-slip flow fault systems in Indonesia? Did the team also generate catalog or modeling about that besides tsunami-genic volcanoes? I think this question not only goes to Dr. Simon, but probably Pak Yan and also all of the colleagues involved in the INATU Core consortium can also contribute in answering. Simon, would you like to take on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So besides this volcano catalog, we're also working on non-volcanic landslides. And we are focusing especially on areas with similar characteristics like Palu, where we have this very narrow bay which then amplifies the waves to where many landslides can then cause a tsunami. So we are not only working and looking on volcanoes, but also on areas similar as Palu.
Yes, I think you also reflect on the recent events as well, that actually part of what is incorporated in the thinking process within and along the project, I think, including the recent Semeru event. Pak Yan, probably you would like to add about this, or Ibu Harkunti or Rahma, being involved in the INATU Core project or leading the INATU Core working packages?
Yeah, I think I think as for the atypical tsunamis, something like now what we are giving the focus on, I think we don't have yet, of course, that kind of catalog. It is now we are in the process of not really making a catalog, but now I think the priority is where to find the sources according to different categories, like the volcanic submarine volcanoes or steep slopes. And even the steep slope, you have also two categories. One is maybe what we call the block avalanche, something like the one in 2004 tsunamis. So we suspect that there was also kind of block avalanche that created such a huge wave of tsunamis, but also in the what we call the what do we call it? The steep slopes in the trenches, like the one which emerged as the islands of Mentawai and so on. You have all this sort of loose steep slope, which are also, potentially be landslided once it was triggered, or it will be triggered by the tsunamis. So I think our major effort now is how we could find the hottest spot, so to say, of risk of especially the atypical tsunamis, both because of the submarine volcanoes and also because of these submarine landslides, I think, or a combination of both, And I think what Dimitra has also mentioned about the potential tsunamis and also the potential catastrophic disasters that struck the coastal line is also we may not exclude, for having this kind of submarine failure, submarine slope, because all along the trenches you have here the ocean facing slopes, which are mostly steep, and they are composed of these loose sediments. So I think there are ample or many places which are to be focused on. I think so. Yeah. Later on, then maybe, of course, we will make these catalogs. But as for the past tsunami, I think BNKG has already produced these tsunami catalogs. But then also, I think I would refer also what Dimitra has just mentioned about the recurrent potential loss because of 100-year tsunami probability, or 200 or 400. I think Pak Eko Yulianto and maybe Irina is also aware about that. The paleo tsunami research that he has already found some paleo tsunami sediments of about 400 years ago, which was stretches along the southern coast of Java, and also some other 600 years ago. So I think this catastrophic modeling could be also combined with not only the present day land cover and potential damage, but also the recurrent time of this what do we call this large scale tsunami can be also combined by having insight from the paleo tsunami studies, I think so. So I go beyond the questions, but anyway, just.
But of course, Pak Yan, because I think you're among the intellectuals, I would say, that would like to take this down back to the policy, to the practices or praxis, as Simon also had mentioned, in a very broad kind of scope of seeing the problem of our resilience in Indonesia with many different dimensions, as you mentioned. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, just one short remark to what Jacob has placed on the last slide on the ARA. I think that was really you captured really the soul of this webinar series, that the disaster risk scientists, they should they should go beyond that, which is not really, that is kind of the traditional mind is that we just give, this sort of hazard and risk assessment, that's it, and finish it. So they forgot the prosperity aspect. On the other hand, the so-called traditional developmentalists, they think only about the growth and job opportunities and so on. I think then they should, now it is, they realize, they shouldn't go only talking about the growth, job opportunities and so on, but also they have to take into account the risk and so on. But on the other hand, the disaster risk specialists, they never talk about this prosperity. So I think your remark is quite timely and give us also a challenge, and that comes, all comes together and coming closer. I think that's a good remark from Ara. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Jan Sopaheluakan, I agree entirely with that, because it really brings us to the reality. It's human live to prosper, but at the same time needs to abide with what the environment can offer and what technology can offer, but also have to know which boundaries are we going to respect in the sense in the longer term. This is extremely interesting. I'm going to turn away how we play around this discussion, and we'd like to invite Ibu Harkunti and also Pak Udreh to ask the panelist. And later on to the organizing committee, I saw here amazing representation of universities, local disaster management agencies, other institutions related to DRR. I see here there is Pak Tangguh Alfi Shahrin from Shah Kuala University. If you allow us, Pak Alfis, would you jump in as and also contribute your thoughts on this? I also see Pak Medi Herlianto here from BNPB. Kindly jump in to contribute your thoughts. We have Ibu Maria Usman Kagda, among the first tsunami scientists, the first generation of tsunami scientists in Indonesia. Harold Spahn is here. Good morning. Also, Gunther Strunz is here from DLR. Also, good morning. So please do jump in, raise your hand, and probably the organizing committee can facilitate and include you in the discussion room here. Okay, now turn to Ibu Harkunti. What would be your burning question to our panelists here?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I just would like to, to respond a little bit to what that has been presented by Simon, actually, related about the future of developing the seismic early warning system for the volcanic tsunami. So this is kind of interesting because, you need to identify, the difficulty actually is on the implementation itself. The concept will be easy, but the implementation, for example, you need to identify which volcano that have potential to erupt and generate tsunami. For example, now is the classic one is Krakatau, right? That has just eruption, and you know the situation there very well. But eventually, in Indonesia, we have also several undersea volcano, which is need also to identify and also to place this kind of instrument because it's not far from the, is the impact not far from the coastal area, is also highly populated area, for example, in front of Bengkulu and some other places. And the issue here is like, if you can generate this kind of, the idea having the seismic early warning system for the, volcanic tsunami. So this will be very interesting because we have like in our Indonesian tsunami early warning system, we are only focusing at this moment on the tectonic tsunami issue, but we also developing toward the atectonic tsunami, but still like in the utopia, still a long way to go. So if you can highlight, is there, how is you can realize this concept, the idea, because we're not talking yet to end, but still on the monitoring and detecting, and then how you can integrate this information, and then later on we need to talk also on the downstream. So I think this is the most important if you are talking about the volcanic tsunami warning system, because even though it's slow, quote and unquote, slow onset compared to tectonic, but the volcanic, sometimes can, there's a lot of challenges if you need to develop that. So if I would like to have Simon to give comment on my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm a satellite expert, not a seismic expert. So therefore, please apologize. So we are searching for these potentially tsunami-genic volcanoes, and we are focusing in our project on the subaerial volcanoes, so not on the submarine volcanoes. For these, you would need very high resolution bathymetry data. And regarding the seismic early warning, if you have a larger landslide event, you can also see this in the seismic signal. And this will enable us, the seismic experts, to find the source by so-called back propagation of the signal to locate the potential source. And this will then enable, is this landslide from a particular volcano? So then we have a kind of a source identification, and then we know from the seismic signal, and when we know the source, we have potential, we can, for example, have some scenarios of what is the expected volume of such a collapse. What is the most likely azimuth direction of such a collapse? And that can then be used into a modeling which should have been done before, so we can go back in the archive in the real event to search for the most reliable, most best matching scenario to have an idea which type of tsunami can be expected. But this is all, this type is all first development, all first ideas. So the project started a few months ago, and I'm not the right person to perfectly answer that, unfortunately. But this is still the main idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Simon. Also, Ibu Hargunti. I think this is a huge point that we should take within the continuous work of the tsunami risk project between Germany and Indonesia. In the sense, you pose a very important and interesting issue here, Ibu Hargunti. So thank you so much for that. And Simon, thank you for responding. We have another question. This goes to Professor Reiner. To Mr. Jacob Reiner, what was the gap in the flood early warning system in West Germany that caused the emergency response into a failure and resulted in casualties? And I shall probably also translate. What would be the niche within the early warning system? Oh, sorry. It's actually, Miss Yisnia Sopiani Karang had actually made two versions, Indonesian and English. Thank you so much for that, Ibu Yisnia. She is from D2K PMK. Jacob, would you like to take on that?
Yes, I think it's of course a good and urgent question, and I can give you some ideas I have, and others I will maybe not mention because these are just my personal ideas, and I'm not part of the official commission that investigates it. And when I was still in Switzerland, responsible for avalanche safety, snow avalanche safety, I was always extremely grateful if people did not talk just in public about their personal ideas without knowing too many of the details. So I will be a bit careful here. But I think there is one thing we can say, and which is maybe useful also for other cases. And this is simply to say that it was a real extreme event. So just to give you an impression, when you are in the valley where these many fatalities occurred, more than 100, this is an extremely lovely valley with an extremely small river. You hardly see it behind the bushes, actually. So very, very few square cubic meters per hour. And it actually increased by a factor of 150. And this is often happening, for example, in mountain rivers. You can have it after thunderstorms. So, for example, in my home country in Switzerland, we are accustomed to this. But when you are in flatter parts of the rivers, this huge increase, and especially there, is quite seldom. This brings me to the main point. If you go back in history, you see that an extremely similar, almost identical event occurred in 1804, and another very similar, a bit smaller event in 1910. So, doing some simple-minded statistics, you could say that it is around a 100-year event. You don't need climate change for it. The danger of climate change is that it gets more frequent now, but it's actually what the climate, even in its present state, has ready for you. And I think one of the problems also, when you go back and look what the forecasters have said, even those who criticize now the safety services, that you always find many people in hindsight who have said, I have forecasted it. For example, there were some very strong comments in newspapers by forecasters that this has been forecasted. When you go back to what they really said, I think no one really believed that such a thing could happen, and the forecasts were not really made in a way to cause panic. They were made in this way very shortly before the event. So what this means is that we should take much more care and integrate much more the historical event. We should go back and, for example, we have said in a small research project quite some time ago, we should also do it not only for these small rivers, but for example, the Rhine. Around 700 years ago, there was an event in the Rhine Valley, which is a bigger river, which had around the double of the flow of the present high floods, and this would cause major damage. And I wouldn't say that we should relocate settlements in order to take into account these many 100-year events, but it is good to know what might happen and good to see what might be done in terms of rescuing people. So the important thing is really to take these events into account, even if you don't have them in the official measurements and recording series, but you have them in documents. You know quite well what might happen. So my message is, the first one is really go back in history, see what might happen, and then see how you might protect yourself against these big events. You will have no chances to protect material values, but you have a chance to protect humans. And what this would mean, and this maybe goes into the question of why I think the Flores earthquake was a successful one, a successful action. It will necessarily mean that you evacuate, sometimes make each even huge evacuation action, so to say, in vain. But this doesn't mean that the system has failed. This means that it has worked and that you can be grateful that you did it in vain. You shouldn't need to do it too often, but it will necessarily be the case, because I think if we have similar forecasts the next time in the Ahr Valley, very similar forecasts, in the Ahr Valley is the big disaster in Germany. I mean, the chance that it really occurs is quite small. It is maybe one in 20 in 100 or so. This was, by the way, this heavy critique that came from Great Britain, that there was a complete failure of this security service action. When you go back on how this forecast really looked like, it was a 25% probability, which is of course significant, and you need to think about to do something. But it also means that 1 in 5 times you make an evacuation action in vain. So So this is the kind of things you need to take into account. There are many small failures along the chains which will need to be analyzed and need to be taken into account. But I think this is the big one.
Thank you so much, Jacob, for the response and also for the question. I think I'm not trying to divide the North and South dialogue here. It's really, we are experiencing the same risk, continuous changing society, involve continuous changes of risk perception, for example. That applies everywhere around the globe, and that also applies in Germany, for example. I think what I found it interesting is this notion about how do we learn also from other places, including from the German flooding. I understand that Harold Spahn had dig in a little bit around that, and I would like to invite his insight. Harold, good morning. Would you like to just give 2 minutes respond? But also, there's a next question, just hold on. The next question is from Ibu Maria Kagda, asking what is the criteria of successful evacuation, learning from the Larantuka tsunami event a few days ago. I think, Harold, you'll be most excited to also respond to this. And to everyone, I would like to also share that Harold Spahn is part of the Tsunami Risk Project, coordinator of Working Package 430, together with Pak Samedi Husrin from KKP. Very briefly, Harold, only 2 minutes, just to live up the discussion.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much for inviting me to the discussion. Looking at the experience from Germany, it reminded me very much what we learned also in Indonesia. Looking at the early warning process, where the local level has a very important role. And if you look at a certain location, they may face such an event once in a lifetime, or even more rarely. So what we see is that people who have to take decisions on the local level have extremely difficulties to really comply with this role, because they have no experience. Often they lack the technical knowledge of that. But we design our early warning systems in the way that we place all this responsibility to the local level. Often these people are not even professionals in that field. Yeah, they do it as one of their tasks in public administration. So I think we have a design which is not well matched with resources and human capacities on the community end of the early warning systems. And that is something what I also saw in Indonesia during all the years. That the warning was probably issued by BMKG, but when it came down to the BPPDs at the local level, it was not taken up appropriately, and also the information going from them to the communities was often not in the correct way. Yeah, so I think we have here a system design problem which should be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure this could instigate a further interesting discussion, and I think more participation are welcomed in the work of the Tsunami Risk Project in the future. We're running out of time, actually, but one important question from Ibu Evelyn from BNPB just raised. I'm not sure. Dimitra, can you very quickly respond to Ibu Evelyn? Probably only a minute. Thank you so much again, Harold Spahn, for your intervention. If a government in a region that is in a high poverty rate, but also high tsunami risk, and they need to choose between improving economic infrastructure and building early warning system, which one should they prioritize? Your quick, out-of-the-box question response, Dimitra.
That is a very good question, and actually, I'm wondering myself too. Maybe we could have a discussion among the panelists about that. I think personally, the two are quite interconnected. So early warning is important. I think what would be important is to instill in the community the sense of being able to evacuate, which is quite important. And I think that especially in some regions in Indonesia. I think some people know these practices from history, if I am correct, Irina. I think, yes, I think both of them are equally important from my perspective, but the ability of being able to evacuate in time might result in saving more lives, whereas having a system that is able to respond by a consistent and strong infrastructure is also very important, but it's more important on a technical level, which would be for reducing the loss of the damage, in a more engineering perspective and also business aspect. I don't think that the two are not. I don't think the two are separate. I don't know what the other panelists think.
Yes, this really is important to address, that we cannot separate economic development with disaster risk reduction measures. It's inseparable, and it has to prosper, as Jacob Leuner had shared with us. So thank you so much, Dimitra, for your response. I will take the next 1.5 minutes probably to wrap up the important points that I take note here. Of course, you all might have further ideas, but I think I have 8 points that I would like to share. First is it is important to realistically and practically understand atypical hazard sources in the current disaster management system. Either it's cascading risk, even systemic risk. This is a really new domain, still dark. We don't know where it's heading, but we're learning throughout the process, and I think that's important, raised by all of the panelists. There is obviously entanglements of geological, ecological, social dynamic, natural resources, of which translated into different underlying risk factors. We can have a great early warning system, and it reflects advancement of science and technology, but also not going to work if we still not address the underlying factors of poverty, inequalities, corruptions, as Professor Leuner had also suggested. And to be resilient also means to prosper, with highlights particularly for those who are most vulnerable, and this has to be our main attention as well. And the triangle of human, technology, organization, politics is really important. I think, Professor Reino, I'm taking a lot of notes from your talk. And this triangle of bringing the human, technology, and organization domain together is very tangible. It is really embedded in our daily lives. So we cannot see that as really something very new or very scientific. It's really embedded in our daily lives. So we might reflect that in the way of rethinking the process. Lastly, development planning should go beyond profit thinking. All of the tools, measurements, models, knowledge production needs to be open access, as Dimitra had mentioned. And we have to go again beyond thinking about short-term, long-term, 100-year and beyond. We cannot just stop until only in the level of anxiety once a new information and new knowledge are produced, but then we have to take that up and work on it to think, oh, okay, then how we're going to do about it. It's about risk perception at the end and how we translate that into daily practice. Thank you so very much for such a rich session today. Let us give another round of applause for the panelists and also all of the intervention. Pak Yan, Ibu Harkunti, Halspan, thank you so much. For all of the organizers, also thank you so much, particularly for BNPB for hosting this very interesting and insightful event. I now hand it away to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Ibu Irina Rafriana, MSc, yang telah memoderatori sesi ketiga. Untuk moderator terakhir, kami silakan Associated Profesor Insinyur Harkunti Pertiwi Rahayu, PhD.
Oke, terima kasih Thank you very much, everybody. So I'm moderating this last session. Hopefully, this will be the very important session because we are talking about the human development for Indonesia. So actually, we have during this webinar on the building the coastal, regional, and community resilient in time of turbulence, we need also one of the key issues that we need to develop the human resources. So in this session, we have two very important speakers from LPDP that we're gonna have Professor Dwi Larso, that he gonna present on the how we need to strengthen the golden generation for Indonesia in the future, especially 2045, and then by repairing or improving the development based on the science or knowledge. And then the second presenter will be from DAAD, Deutsch. I don't know how to pronounce this. I need Mbak Irina help me. I cannot speak German. Deutsch Akademis. Okay, anyway, DAAD. And then we'll talk about sustainable collaboration in terms of the human resource development for Indonesia. So Pak Dwi Larso, I'll give you the time. Feel free, you can speak in Bahasa Indonesia or you can speak in English. Yeah, since we have mixed audience, I just give the introduction in English, and then actually Professor Dwi Larso is a faculty of ITB. He also the director of the collaboration under LPDP, and he also my neighbor actually. Thank you, Pak Dwi Larso. Please have your time. 20 minutes ya. Silahkan Pak Dwi Larso, 20 menit.
Terima kasih Pak Argunti.
Ya.
For very nice introduction, tetangga saya yang baik, saya malah baru aware gitu ya. Nanti kita kapan-kapan ketemu Mbak Kunti.
Ya,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan. Saya tadi coba prepare in English gitu ya. Waktunya sangat singkat, 20 menit. Setelah itu ada question and answer atau enggak Mbak Argunti?
Ada.
Oke.
Ya.
Saya akan coba gunakan sesingkat mungkin. Ya. Saya dibantu oleh Ibu Lina. Kalau ada slide-nya silakan di-share. Tapi saya akan memulai dengan tugas LPDP. Jadi LPDP LPDP itu adalah lembaga pengelola dana pendidikan yang diberi tugas oleh pemerintah untuk mengelola dana abadi yang sampai sekarang angkanya sudah mencapai lebih dari 90 triliun. Dana abadi ini dikumpulkan sejak 2010, sejak zaman inisiatif dari Ibu Sri Mulyani, kemudian LPDP beroperasi di 2013 sampai sekarang. Nah tentunya dengan adanya pandemi di 2020, maka proses bisnis dari LPDP ini terimpak dengan sangat dahsyat karena biasanya kita face to face. Nah, kita manage to be able to award less than 1,000 awardees last year 2020. Itu kita cari betul-betul awardee yang sudah punya letter of acceptance supaya mereka tidak hilang kesempatannya untuk bersekolah di sekolah terbaik, untuk dosen-dosen dan guru, termasuk untuk dokter spesialis yang sangat dibutuhkan ketika itu. Sampai sekarang sebenarnya. Jadi memang 2020 kita terimpak cukup, biasanya kita 3.000-an, yang kita rekrut itu kurang dari 1.000. Nah 2021 mulai kita bangun kembali dengan proses bisnis yang baru, sehingga program-program LPDP ini hidup kembali full force. Seluruh program hidup kembali di tahun 2021 dengan new normal. Semuanya dilakukan dengan prokes. Nah, ini tentunya membanggakan dalam arti bahwa kita recover dari pandemi, dan we managed to award more than 4,000 awardee in this year only. And we will aim at maybe same number for next year, and we will do a better arrangement, better scholarship that we can provide for youngster of Indonesia, future leaders. Ini kira-kira yang akan kita lakukan di 2022. Dan di 2021, kawan-kawan perlu pahami bahwa kami mensupport 2 kementerian utama, yaitu Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Ristek, dan juga Kementerian Agama, karena fokusnya pada education. 2021, kita memberikan lebih dari 40.000 awardee baru dari programnya Kemdikbudristek. Program itu ada di vocational education, ada di kampus Merdeka, dan juga untuk penguatan seluruh guru, dosen, dan tenaga kependidikan, termasuk di dalamnya pelaku budaya, dan juga untuk kerjasama riset keilmuan. Itu dilakukan di kampus Merdeka itu di 2021 dan akan terus. Kemudian di 2022 ini akan lebih lagi, akan kita perluas untuk Kemdikbudristek. Untuk yang Kementerian Agama akan kita mulai 2022. Kita persiapkan. Nah, tentunya LPDP juga mendukung BRIN untuk program-program riset. Jadi memang leading sektornya sudah jelas, Kemdikbudristek, Kementerian Agama, dan BRIN untuk yang riset. Nah, ke depan 2022 kami sedang mencari cara bagaimana kita memfokuskan program-program LPDP agar bisa mengatasi kira-kira seluruh permasalahan bangsa. Jadi selama pandemi kita paham betul kita tidak bisa lagi bekerja atau memecahkan masalah hanya dari satu sektor. Kalau kita bicara pandemi, kita paham betul, we experience that everybody in many subject gitu ya, itu dibutuhkan untuk memecahkan contohnya pandemi. Kemudian kalau ada gempa, ada eruption, gitu ya, saya pikir tidak bisa dipecahkan hanya satu subjek atau satu major, satu disiplin ilmu. Jadi kami LPDP mendukung adanya multi disiplin dalam program kita. Kita tidak bicara masalah linearitas daripada S1 kemudian S2-nya harus di bidang itu, tapi kita membolehkan juga multidisiplin untuk dari S1 ke S2, dari S2 ke S3. Karena dunia ini rasanya makin banyak yang intertwin gitu ya. Ini satu hal yang akan kita lihat. Yang kedua tentunya kami akan fokus ke area-area yang memang dibutuhkan bangsa ini. Saya pikir kebencanaan ini salah satu area yang kita perlu support, green economy, green industry ke depan akan kita support, dan yang lain adalah kita ingin mendorong sektor real ini untuk bergerak, karena kesejahteraan rakyat, kemakmuran ini sangat banyak ditentukan oleh bergeraknya sektor real. Maka itu 2021 kita punya program khusus yang namanya program kewirausahaan, untuk mendukung itu, dan program-program lain. Dan saya pikir nanti teman-teman kalau dari BNPB, misalnya ada subjek-subjek tertentu yang bagus di suatu universitas yang universitasnya tidak ada di daftar LPDP, maka itu boleh diambil. Karena kita membolehkan by subjek yang memang mutunya bagus dimanapun berada universitas itu. Jadi itu bisa diambil, jangan sampai teman-teman yang punya kebutuhan untuk mengembangkan SDM-nya di bidang kebencanaan, katakanlah tidak bisa mengambil program itu karena universitasnya nggak masuk yang ada di daftar universitas kita. Jadi kita membolehkan itu. Jadi mohon dicatat teman-teman. Dan sebagai opportunity bahwa tahun 2022 kita akan mulai rekrutmen lagi untuk program S2, S3 itu di awal bulan Februari. Jadi ini yang kita sebut sudah very back to normal, and then we will poles lagi program-program kita agar betul-betul memberikan manfaat, termasuk untuk kalau ada studi-studi yang terkait dengan kebencanaan, kita akan full support untuk itu. Ini sekilas mungkin Mbak Lina bisa dibantu, waktu saya juga nggak akan saya masukkan, ini nggak akan saya habiskan semua kalau bisa begitu, nanti tanya jawab. Ini LPDP diberi amanah untuk mengelola dana abadi, yang tadi saya sebut 90 triliun lebih, dan angka ini harus tetap abadi, suatu saat akan meningkat lagi di atas angka 100 triliun begitu ya. Dan we can see that Indonesian commitment to add the endowment fund ini even higher during pandemi ya. Jadi selama pandemi kita mendapatkan suntikan endowment fund yang cukup tinggi. Jadi waktu saya gabung di pertengahan tahun lalu itu angkanya masih 50-an sekian triliun, akhir tahun lalu menjadi 70-an, dan kira-kira 2 bulan lalu menjadi 90-an triliun. Jadi ini komitmen agar kita terus mengembangkan SDM kita, bermodalkan dana yang memang milik bangsa ini. Jadi ini tidak ada 1 sen pun dana pinjaman dari luar negeri. Ini betul-betul rupiah murni dari seluruh rakyat Indonesia dan diarahkan, disisihkan oleh pemerintah kita. Ini membanggakan menurut saya. Ini tugas kita LPDP makin berat bagaimana mengelola ini agar betul-betul memberikan impact yang besar untuk kemajuan bangsa. Berikutnya, Mbak Lina, mungkin sekilas-sekilas yang penting. Sampai sejauh ini sudah lebih dari 30.000 sebenarnya. Ini angka per Desember tanggal 6, tapi kita baru rekrutmen pas tanggal 6 itu, gitu angkanya sudah lewat dari 30.000, kita berikan award, dan kita bisa lihat selama 10 tahun ini kita memberikan 30.000, angka ini cukup besar untuk institusi pemberi beasiswa. Namun kalau kita lihat betapa besarnya, betapa tantangan yang dihadapi oleh Indonesia, rasanya angka ini perlu juga terus kita tingkatkan begitu ya. Nah, angka yang besar ini di tahun 2021 itu angka yang kanan 69.000 itu adalah kolaborasi dengan Kemdikbudristek yang baru berumur kurang dari 1 tahun. Ya, kita sudah bisa memberikan lebih dari hampir 70.000 awardee. Memang ini short course. Ini ada yang katakanlah pertukaran pelajar, ada yang magang, ya, ada yang pendidikan vokasi yang 1 semester gitu. Kenapa kita perlu support ini? Karena Indonesia punya tantangan unemployment growth untuk yang lulusan perguruan tinggi itu paling tinggi di antara golongan yang lain. Tentunya kita harus mencari cara bagaimana lulusan S1 ini bisa mendapatkan pekerjaan yang layak atau menjadi entrepreneur atau bisa sekolah lanjut. Ini yang kita berikan support untuk Kemdikbudristek dalam program Kamus Merdeka, pendidikan vokasi, dan penguatan guru dan dosen. Ini akan makin besar lagi di tahun depan. Di tahun depan ada wacana mulai tahun ini kita akan memberikan juga untuk anak-anak yang SMA begitu untuk mempersiapkan diri agar bisa diterima di sekolah S1 terbaik yang ada di dunia. Ini atas arahan Bapak Presiden, kemudian beberapa menteri sudah mengurus ini yang namanya beasiswa Indonesia Maju. Alumni kita ada 14.000 lebih tersebar dari Merauke sampai Sabang, berjuang untuk bangsa ini agar terus bersatu dan maju. Berikutnya, saya sekilas saja, kebanyakan LPDP adalah master, sudah lebih dari 20.000, yang doktor ada lebih dari hampir ya 7.000. Saya pikir ini juga sumbangan yang cukup berarti, tentunya kita akan terus meloncat lagi untuk ke depan. Berikutnya Mbak Lina. Penerima kita dari seluruh provinsi yang ada di Indonesia, kami memberikan keutamaan atau afirmatif action untuk kawan-kawan yang ada di daerah tertinggal, ya, kawasan timur Indonesia dan beberapa daerah di tengah dan barat. Kemudian ada juga untuk prasejahtera, ada juga untuk disabilitas. Kita juga berikan targeted untuk PNS, TNI, Polri, dan juga untuk yang wirausaha. Berikutnya, tersebar di seluruh yang sekarang ongoing, sedang sekolah, tersebar di seluruh benua yang ada di dunia. Paling banyak tentunya ada di Indonesia, kemudian Eropa, ada Australia, New Zealand, ada Amerika, kemudian Asia lainnya, dan Afrika. Berikutnya. Intinya kita memberikan beasiswa untuk pergi ke sekolah-sekolah terbaik di dunia, di luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri. Program beasiswa kita ada afirmatif, targeted, dan general. Tadi sudah saya sampaikan. Dan kami akan mendukung juga program yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Agama. Di sini ada contohnya nanti beasiswa santri dan yang lain-lain. Berikutnya, Mbak Lina, ini yang tadi sudah saya sampaikan, kita kolaborasi dengan Kemdikbudristek mulai tahun, sebenarnya akhir 2020, tapi mulai full force di tahun 2021 ini. Berikutnya. Basically, if you are recipient of the LPDP scholarship, and then we make sure that everything is paid by LPDP. Everything means, yeah, the cost that very important to finish your study abroad or domestically, tuition, living allowance, etc. Untuk yang dokter, kami berikan juga support untuk pasangannya. Ya, diberikan living allowance karena biasanya lama dan kehadiran dari pendamping itu sangat penting bagi teman-teman yang sekolah dokter. Berikutnya, ini proses seleksinya. ada administrasi, ada tes bakat skolastik, ada kebangsaan, ada kepemimpinan, dan akademik yang akan dilakukan interview oleh akademisi maupun oleh psikolog. Kemudian akan diputuskan oleh komite reviewer yang merupakan perwakilan dari kementerian yang terkait. Berikutnya, ini untuk yang world top ranking university, including only 15 top university in the world. And then you have to have a letter of acceptance, unconditional letter of acceptance to apply. If you apply, you don't have to take a scholastic test because you are proven to be academically eligible for this. Jadi langsung nanti wawancara, ada tes kebangsaan. Berikutnya, mungkin udah mau selesai nih kelihatannya. Ini requirement yang tergantung dari beasiswanya. Ini beasiswa reguler, ini ada di website, nanti juga bisa disampaikan kalau memang diperlukan dalam bentuk PDF. Berikutnya, Mbak Lina, tidak perlu sangat detail, ini buat top rank. Berikutnya, ini list university-nya, ada 15, kita sedang review apakah bisa ditambah tahun depan menjadi katakanlah 18 atau berapa begitu. Kita sedang review untuk 2022. Saya pikir itu, and if you are interested to apply for LPDP scholarship, and then think about applying on February, early February 2022, and then you have to prepare TOEFL, IELTS, or English proficiency score because it's required to apply at the first time. Saya pikir itu dulu Mbak Harkunti, terima kasih atas waktunya. Semoga bisa membantu mendukung rekan-rekan yang ada di BNPB. Saya tidak bicara masalah ke BNPB-an gitu, tapi how LPDP can support developing human resources for the need of BNPB. Saya pikir itu Mbak Harkunti. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Profesor Dwi Larso. Mungkin sedikit informasi saja Pak, bahwa pertemuan ini memang disponsori oleh BNPB, tetapi yang hadir di sini tidak hanya BNPB, sebetulnya kolaborasi dengan Inatukor. Mungkin saya perkenalkan sedikit Pak. Inatukor itu Indonesia for Community Resilience. Jadi ini benar-benar gabungan dari instansi kementerian dan lembaga dan university Pak yang bergabung, yang mempunyai passion di dalam kebencanaan. Kebetulan kita juga sedang ada kolaborasi riset ya dengan Jerman Indonesia yang terkait dengan tsunami ya, baik apakah itu untuk hard science maupun soft science dari upstream warning system sampai downstream. Ya, mudah-mudahan yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Dwi Larso dapat membantu kita. Jadi kalau saya boleh summary sedikit sebelum nanti kita masuk ke panelis kedua, mohon Pak Dwi Larso untuk tunggu sebentar, untuk nanti kita akan ada diskusi. Yang disampaikan Pak Dwi Larso menarik ya, jadi sebetulnya LPDP itu selama ini gambaran kita hanya memberi scholarship. Tapi ternyata tidak hanya scholarship dalam bentuk untuk luar negeri maupun dalam negeri, apakah itu dalam bentuk berdegree atau non-degree, dan juga ada untuk komunitas-komunitas khusus, misalnya untuk dari kawasan tertinggal, kemudian dari untuk kaum disabilitas, ini banyak sekali yang menarik. Tapi di luar itu sebetulnya yang menarik yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Dwi Larso adalah adanya dana-dana untuk kebutuhan riset. Ya tentunya ini akan cocok sekali dengan pertemuan kita kali ini, yaitu dana riset ini pada intinya adalah ingin memecahkan permasalahan yang dihadapi bangsa, baik pada saat pandemik maupun pasca pandemik, di mana mungkin kita semua tahu bahwa pada saat ini kita diuji ya dengan bertubi-tubi bencana alam. Ya dimulai dari letusan Gunung Semeru, baru napas sedikit, kemudian ada tsunami di Flores, dan kemarin di selatan Jawa, di Jawa Timur Pak, kebetulan saya dari Malang, itu juga mengalami gempa yang cukup besar sehingga beberapa desa rusak cukup parah. Ya. Dan yang menarik juga di sini tentunya ada upaya-upaya penguatan di dalam tidak hanya disaster, tapi green economy yang tadi juga kita bahas tadi pagi. Ini bagaimana peran dari green economy untuk combating terhadap mitigasi perubahan iklim. Ini juga merupakan kita bicara bencana, adalah salah satu bencana yang akibat dari man-made. Ini mungkin yang saya coba bisa summary dari paparan dari Pak Dwi Larso. Tapi nanti setelah dari paparan kedua, yaitu dari DAAD yang akan disampaikan oleh Ibu Stephanie Jurgen, akan menyampaikan. Setelah itu kita akan ada diskusi. Pak Dularso, mohon ditunggu sebentar setelah Ibu Stephanie Jurgen akan mempresentasikan. Ibu Stephanie Jurgen, please, time is yours. Please feel free, you can speak, but don't speak in German because maybe it's only few of us can speak German, so please speak in English. If you can speak Bahasa, is welcome also. And you would like to also to introduce about the sustainable collaboration between German and Indonesia, right, in the human resource development. Please, Ibu Stephanie, please, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe like a slight correction. I'm just representing the DAD. My colleagues from the DAD are currently both busy. Okay. So I'm here from the German embassy, and I do hope that I will give justice to everything the DAD has been done, because there has been a lot that have been done to build the human capacity and the resources. But please let me back up a bit, because in 1979, there was a formal agreement signed by former President Habibie and the German ambassador Schöbel in the field of science and technology. And the reason why I mention this is because this agreement is basically the foundation of every scientific research which has been done between Germany and Indonesia. And just last year, or basically like in 2019, we celebrated its 40 years existence. And what has been decided 40 years ago, it's still very up to date. So if I say there has not been any update, it's not because it's, it is basically because it's still current and still very applicable today, because we really like to work together, and we really like to work together with Indonesia. So when 2004, the devastating tsunami happened, as tragic as it was, however, it was also a milestone in this German-Indonesian friendship and in this type of collaboration, because in just a few weeks, the Ministry of Research and Technology from the Republic of Indonesia and the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, or called BMBF, from the Federal Republic of Germany, they joined forces and wanted to basically build the early detection system for the tsunami. And they built it together, and also the German public just was so shocked by what happened, and that everybody else really donated 1.1 billion euros to help the survivors in rebuilding Aceh. So it's not just that the government really likes to help and support this friendship, but it was also the German people themselves which donated a lot of money. And without any specific experience, a consortium of the German Research Institute started to work with the Indonesian partners. And at its peak time, there were around 100 German scientists here working on this project on the early tsunami warning system, which is amazing if you think about it, that like so many researchers from different fields, you just talked about it earlier, that how important it is to basically look at from a holistic point of view and not just one science. So there were 100 German researchers here in Indonesia. And I'm so happy to announce that several years ago, this project ended and we were able to hand everything over to the Indonesian government. However, because it ended, it doesn't mean it stopped there, because there's always still continuous research going on between Germany and Indonesia, and we still love to support it. And if I'm informed correctly, with this current system in place, there have been more than 15 occasions where the early warning system basically gave out the warning and people were able to save because the tsunami did happen. So that alone is priceless, because any life we can save is just amazing. But this is just one field where Germany and Indonesia really likes to work together, because another focus we really are strong together are environmental technologies and geo-risks, as well as geothermal energy and biodiversity. Even though the biodiversity topic in the past few years had maybe a low draft, but I think because of the pandemic, it's going to pick up again. And so there's so many more other topics Germany and Indonesia is collaborating on. And I did not prepare like a nice presentation as Professor Larso did, so I apologize for that, but maybe just let me throw a few numbers in here, because from 2019, the DAAD was providing more than 400 scholarships to Indonesians to study in Germany. So out of those 400, there are 93 with a PhD candidates, and 67 additional were for postgraduate scientists from Indonesia, which I think is even like amazing. And the DID does not have a specific program for disaster management or mitigation. But nevertheless, there is a huge number of DID alumni researching climate change, coastal protection, and many other topics which basically really fall under disaster management. And I know there should be more, but I'm only informed of one, that one speaker, Iriana Rafliani, is also one of our DID alumni, if I'm correctly. So there you can see, it's really like, yeah, she was educated in Germany, now she's here speaking. So I think it's really great. And looking at Indonesia with its dynamic here, and with its, yeah, it's one of the biggest economy here in Southeast Asia. And it's in science, it's also so much driven. So many more innovations and development and patents will come from Indonesia in the future. So it's our German interest to further develop, incorporate, and assist in capacity building. The most effective science in Indonesia is the most effective the cooperation between partners that will be. And that's why Germany and Indonesia should intensify in cooperations for now and many other generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Stephanie, for your elaboration. Actually has remind me also the strong collaboration between German and Indonesia since Pak Habibie as a Menristek that time until now. And then also that really inspired me when you mentioned about the event of 2004 tsunami in Aceh. Actually, how the German people has moved their heart for Indonesia by collecting the money and then to donate for the rehabilitation and reconstruction of Aceh. Yeah, not only Aceh but also some of the funding has been used also to improve or to develop our tsunami warning system. Because in here there is also we have tsunami early warning system founder is Professor Yan, and then Professor Pak Andi, and then Dr. Idwan, and I myself actually is even to contribute on the minor part. And then Irina here, we are working very hard under this collaboration. Thank you again for this, collaboration, and also that you remind about this. We have strong bond between German and Indonesia, and also you also mentioned about the focus actually for the future collaboration that you would like as in the German embassy. You are from the Science and Technology division that the focus and the capacity building. Maybe before we have a discussion, so I just have a summary. Maybe I would like to have also a question, what happened with the transfer of technology, which is part of the capacity building for the future or not? And then maybe some other issue that I would like to ask my colleagues from the panelists, also would like to ask question for Professor Di Larso and also for Ibu Stephanie. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Stephanie, for your very enlightened discussion, and then remind us about the history, our collaboration, start from Professor Habibie era until now, and then especially focusing on the tsunami warning system as well as rehabilitation reconstruction in Aceh. I will open to the floor for the question and answer, and then please, if you would like to ask question, please raise your hand. Or I could see also in the question and answer. Okay. Okay, while waiting for the question from the floor, maybe I would like to ask question to Ibu Stephanie first and then to Pak Dwi Larso. My question to Ibu Stephanie here in the capacity building, as well as I would like to know whether is there any technology transfer become the main focus now on the collaboration between German and Indonesia. Because at this moment, you might also aware that we also have the consortium of the researcher, German Indonesia, which is focusing on the Sunda Strait. We have a lot from Indonesia, maybe you are aware with this. So is there any what you call this, any opportunity for us if we can have this strengthen the collaboration in the real, because at this moment that both sides is have a funding by our own. German, you have your own, and Indonesia, we try to get the funding by our own. But we need also to have something like what we have in back 2004, if I could dream, yeah. So we can have solid collaboration with the full funding, and we can work closely. So because I know the traveling has been limited due to the COVID-19, but now we have technology that we can communicate without, you know, having face-to-face meeting. So is there any what you call this, any windows of opportunity for us here to seek about this future collaboration? And then there's for Ibu Stephanie and for Pak Dwi Larso also almost similar question. Is this from Indonesian side, whether also there is, even though you mentioned there is also opportunity to get fund for the disaster research, since we have this collaboration between Indonesia and then also researchers from Germany, and then for this webinar we are looking at the, you know, that how we can build the resilience through the research and technology. So is there any possibility also that we can seek also the funding from the LPDP? Please, Ibu Stephanie, if you would like to answer first, and then Professor Dwi Larso.
Yes, I mean, you mentioned the technology transfer, and
Yes.
of course, technology transfer, in my opinion, is a very strong part of collaborations, because you can have the knowledge transfer, but if the knowledge is being transferred, and then let's say the technology isn't here, the knowledge won't be useful. So therefore, in my opinion, like the knowledge transfer goes hand in hand, of course, with the technological research. But you also just mentioned that right now, because of the pandemic, sometimes it's very, very difficult to really like find consortium or have a workshop where you can really explain how the technology works, because usually those things are very hands-on. So we really, really open to it, and we really, really hope that very soon we can both travel in both ways, in both directions. German researchers come here, Indonesian researchers can go to Germany again. So this technological transfer will happen again. So we are already planning for it. There have been talks about it. I can say that for sure. It's just the timing right now, I think, is very, very tricky to really like pinpoint it. And I wish I could tell you like, yes, we're gonna start now in February, but unfortunately we have to wait and see how it's going. But it's already planned for sure.
Yeah,
from the German side, of course.
Yeah, okay.
And your second question, I mean, I mentioned the DID, and the DID always has different research funds, and usually those are kind of smaller funds. Some have deadlines and some are random. So the best in that case would be like really always go back and check the website of the DID. And then another one is from the BMBF, the German Research and Education Ministry. They're gonna announce next year, I think I can tell that here already, under the Client 3 project research funds, and they're usually much, much bigger. And they're really, really targeting in those Indonesia and Southeast Asia. So please look out for the Client 3 beginning of next year. And then also the DLR, Deutsche Luft- und Raumfahrt, which is, the DLR, they're also having research funds. It doesn't have to be always with space and so forth, but they also, you can apply them there anytime. They're really open to any type of research. There is no deadline, and they always like to cooperate with other countries all the time.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Stephanie. Professor Dwi Larso, would you like to give some thought based on my question? And then after that, my other colleagues also would like to ask you. Please, Pak Dwi Larso.
Thank you, Bu Arkunti.
Yeah.
Right now, actually, LPDP working with the DAAD on cooperations to offer scholarship in a specific area. Hopefully, will be launched in 2022. Other resources, actually, LPDP not only giving scholarship, as well support Kemdikbudristek, and part of the program actually give research fund for what you call it, scientific research, yeah. riset keilmuan yang ada di universities in Indonesia. Other than that, we support BRIN for sure. So I think LPDP cannot work by ourselves. We are here to support, leading sector like BRIN. And as you know, during pandemic 2020, LPDP support so many activities related with pandemic COVID-19. Yeah, so now if we have a really specific target for resiliency, kebencanaan, I think easily LPDP will support, will have a greater support if BRIN also adopt the program of resiliency and kebencanaan gitu ya.
Yeah. Okay.
Itu kira-kira Bu, and I think LPDP itself has a specific program. And our program now actually under different director, Ibu. Yeah, we have a director of research, so I will talk to them. And if you have any interest, Bu, I can contact to the director of research under LPDP management. I think that's good. Thank you so much. And resources there, the money in there is limited, but we have plenty of funding as well. And now we're looking for a best way to spend, especially who give a greater impact for Indonesia need or interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dilarso. So so this is also open for everybody who attending this. So we have a lot of opportunity to develop ourselves through the research on the resilience. And then I would like to ask the floor if you have any question. While waiting for the floor, maybe I would like to ask our colleagues from INA Tukor, Professor Yan, maybe would like to give some burning question, or Mbak Rahma, Mbak Irina would like to ask, and then who is others? Oh, there Rick Belly also. Pak Rick, would you like to? You still here? So we'd like to talk about this. There is an opportunity actually that we can have this for not only research funding but for human resource development. Please, Pak Yan, Professor Yan. Pak Yan is still mute.
Thank you very much, Pak Dilarso, for the illuminating talks, and also Ibu Stephanie. So maybe, as you know, or maybe I would like to explain here that this consortium, the Indonesian Consortium for Coastal and Regional Resilience, regional and community resilience, is actually established and founded to especially address the issues of the resiliency, especially along the coastal areas, especially. And then, of course, we take the case of tsunami research, because we have been seeing that the chances or the challenges on hazard, and also the technology and the the vulnerability is also increasing, and that is why also that we agree to revive and continue collaboration with our German colleagues. So maybe Ibu Stephanie can see that many of the participants in this webinar are the veterans of the 2005 until 2011, of course, including myself. So here is actually our webinar is something like a kind of reunion of all soldiers, so to say, and also the young bright people, to continue this what do we call our human capital sustainability. So we take deliberately Sunda Strait areas as the first pilot areas in which more complex and interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and also end-to-end cooperation from the hazard identification until innovation. That is why also Ibu Harkunti mentioned about the technology transfer and so on, that can be taken in this particular area. So my question, or maybe just curiosity, can we, for example, as a sort of bunch of people with this so-called, we can earmark, so to say, the consortium of this, that is a special program, but because we have been focusing together and composed the program together already almost 1 year. Now, next year we will start hopefully by real field works. But then, you know that we need huge or many young people, you know, to continue what we have been achieved in the past, and also, of course, to expand by implementing also new modern technologies of 5.0s and so on. And also, there is huge challenge in front of us is about the risk culture of the people, because when we talk about the early warning system, not only, you know, the technology, but also the politics, governance, and also about the risk culture in the area. So then all these sort of strategic questions will be focused and implemented from science into policy, into regional development. We take the case of Sunda Strait because we have that the normal or conventional tectonic driven tsunami, as well as the non-tectonic tsunami like the one in 2018, you know. So it's quite complex in terms of development, in terms of vulnerabilities, in terms of the culture, also strategic geolocation in that area. So just simple question, or maybe that whether we can, how can we propose this, you know, sort of supporting funds, because maybe later on the proposal can be submitted from different institutions, but under the headings of, for example, Sunda Strait or consortium with that kind of earmark, then maybe it will make you easier in making, you know, the selection and so on and so on. This is just question for Ibu Stephanie as well as Pak Wilarso. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Yan. Ibu Stephanie, Pak Wilarso, would you like to respond Pak Yan question? Yeah.
Yes, very short. It's possible, Prof. Sopa Heluakan, ya. I met you. I'm glad I met you, Pak. I know your name maybe long time ago. It's very popular, Pak Yan. It's very possible, but LPDP working under direction of relevant or related ministries.
Okay.
As long as what we call it Dewan Penyantun, Bapak.
Oh, yeah.
As long as they give us direction and mandat to do that, and then we will do it, Pak. Okay. So because if they think that this is very good for our national interest, I think they will approve, and then directorship of LPDP akan tinggal laksanakan gitu, Pak. Dan itu beberapa proyek memang seperti itu. Saya pikir ya itu possibility, Pak. Tapi kalau di kita tentunya tidak bisa langsung melaksanakan, harus ada arahan dari Dewan Penyantun. Begitu, Pak Yan. Terima kasih, Pak Yan.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak.
Ibu Stephanie, would you like to give some response? Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the idea is really great. However, my answer is almost the same. The idea does not have a specific program for that. So, but speaking on behalf of the German BMBF, I know for sure that they would like to cooperate here again and really revive that and work together on the gear risk topic again. But also I would suggest like approaching really like German universities, which has already been collaborating with Indonesian ones in the past.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ibu Stephanie. We have here Pak Rick from Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. Actually, last week we have a meeting with the consortium of German Indonesia. And then we met also a lot of German colleagues also to talk. Please, Rick, if you would like to give from the Indian Ocean perspective or insight or needs to this two presenter, Ibu Stephanie, also Pak Wilarso from the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System perspective. Please, if you would like to give some question or your insight thinking.
Sure, thank you, Ibu Hakunti. Well, I guess it's a very general statement, and it goes back to the whole Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. We've got a lot of cooperation and a lot of people coming together but it's funding through, like we've received through Germany and other countries, but particularly, I should note, yes, the amount of support that Germany has put into the system, that's what then helps provide the glue and makes the work happen. And we're so dependent upon such support and collaboration too, because it brings in expertise from different parts of the world. We don't want to try and tackle these problems alone here. These are the same issues, and again, it's like I mentioned in my talk. It's working together is stronger together. So we really appreciate this support because it makes things happen. And then once things happen in one area, we can take it and extrapolate it to other parts. So many other countries and will benefit from such a collaboration. So really supportive, of course, and very appreciative of even what's happened so far. So yes, we look forward to that continuing engagement, particularly with our German colleagues and our Indonesian colleagues, of course, and benefit from your work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rick. And maybe before Mbak Rahma, Mbak Irina, I would like to ask Pak Andi Eka. He's one of the motor for the Indonesian early warning system as well, after Pak Yan. Pak Andi, are you still here? Hopefully he's here. No, he's not here. Okay, Irina or Mbak Rahma and Harald, would you like to give some comment or question while waiting for others, because I couldn't see from the floor raise question. Yeah, Irina, please.
Actually, may I help you, Ibu Hargunti? We have two questions from the floor.
I couldn't see. Yes, thank you. If you could read for me.
Yeah. Sure. So first we have from BNPB, Pak Ahmad Rizky. He is asking whether LPDP inventorized the contribution that had already been achieved by alumni of LPDP, and whether those contribution meet the expectations. Apakah kontribusi dari para alumni itu diinventarisir dan apakah sesuai dengan harapan dari LPDP dan terukur. So that is one. The other one is from Ibu Yisnia Sopiani Karang, D2 KPMK, for Pak Dwi Larso. What is the differences between LPDP and other scholarships? There are 3 steps in selection of LPDP. Would you kindly explain the proportion or the representation of these 3 different steps, and whether LPDP are relatively looking more towards awardee that is aiming abroad rather than within Indonesia? Begitu Pak Prof. Kemudian yang ketiga, for Ibu Nani Jurgens, why does the IID limit applicants to 6 years after the academic degree is taken? This is quite technical question, but I think this really applies to a lot of emerging and brilliant potentials out there that could not access such scholarship that is really needed by the country, but constrained by so many reasons within the 6 years term. So that would be the question. And thank you so much, Ibu Nani, for also mentioning me. Itu Bu Hargunti.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Irina. Sorry, I couldn't see ya. Oke, ya, maybe Pak Dwi Larso mau memberikan jawaban dari pertanyaan dari BNPB tadi.
Terima kasih.
Ya, monggo.
Alumni kita, ini kalau monggo tak jawab bahasa Jawa kayak menarik juga.
Monggo Pak, boleh Pak.
Alumni kita punya wadah alumni namanya Mata Garuda. Kami tahun lalu di tengah pandemi melakukan survei. Surveinya saya sampling, kebetulan saya punya ilmu sedikit lah tentang statistik. Kita lakukan tracer study juga. Tahun ini kita lakukan lebih intensif karena melibatkan pihak luar juga, ya pihak ketiga. Jadi kita makin banyak. Tapi dari hasil yang tahun lalu, 2020, kita lakukan setahun sekali. Itu 70% menyatakan bahwa orang-orang yang kembali, yang sekolah, kemudian tempat bekerja, mereka penghasilannya meningkat. kemudian 60 sekian persen, mungkin 64% itu menyatakan bahwa jabatannya meningkat. Memang ini individual, begitu ya. Kita ukur lagi 8% dari alumni kita menjadi entrepreneurs. Dengan rata-rata per entrepreneurs-nya employ 49 orang. Nah, ini kalau kita ekstrapolasi tentunya kontribusi yang cukup besar. Nah, kami tentunya masih punya tantangan. Teman-teman yang sekolah ke luar negeri belum terikat pekerjaan. Ini ruginya dua. Satu, mereka waktu sekolah mungkin nggak fokus karena nggak tahu nanti mau ngapain. Yang kedua, setelah lulus nanti mereka mikir, Pak, saya udah diberi beasiswa, Bapak nyiapin lapangan kerja nggak untuk kita? Wah, itu kita harapannya menjadi problem solver, malah menjadi problem maker gitu kan. Itu nggak kita harapkan. Maka akan ada perbaikan-perbaikan, kita persiapkan di awal, kita akan tawarkan, kamu mau nggak kerja BUMN atau tempat lain, tentunya voluntary base ya. Ini yang akan kita lakukan agar mereka kuliah dan kemudian langsung pulang tuh mengabdi gitu. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan. Kita ukur lebih ketat lagi tentunya impact-nya tidaknya. Nah, kita juga melihat apakah orang yang kembali ke Indonesia itu nanti kembali ke daerahnya atau pindah dari daerahnya karena penyebaran. Nah, menurut saya ini cukup bagus karena kami bulan lalu just back from Bali, 2 of our alumni itu bekerja di dalam sunyi sebagai social entrepreneur. Yang satu sebagai kepala desa, yang desanya maju besar dengan wisata, bisnis yang dia lakukan. Yang satunya mengumpulkan sampah-sampah plastik, dan household itu bergerak untuk mengumpulkan plastik dan dapat tambahan penghasilan. Mereka bekerja dalam sunyi, memberi arti. Nah, orang-orang seperti ini yang kita cari. Ini kontribusi dari alumni kita. Tentunya kalau teman-teman ada melihat ada 1-2 alumni yang brengsek, ya tentunya lah kan telur pun kan tidak semuanya baik gitu kan. Tapi itu very small number. Jadi kasus yang ada di kita itu hanya 4 yang sampai harus diminta mengembalikan, 2 sudah mengembalikan lunas, 1 sedang mencicil, 1 lagi anak bandel yang akan kita kejar terus. Ya, dari 14.000 alumni. Jadi ini bisa dilihat, tapi kita tetap keras. Nah, ini ada kaitannya dengan proses seleksi. What kind of awardee that we looking for? Kami melihat dari sejarah perjalanan bangsa bahwa bangsa ini terus bergerak maju, memerdekakan diri adalah oleh kaum muda. Ya, tentunya masalah usia ini menjadi takaran kita. Kemudian kaum muda yang terdidik, memang mau kita didik lebih lanjut. Terdidik yang punya wawasan global mindset, ya Bung Karno, Bung Hatta, Wahidin segala macam itu adalah orang terdidik dan juga berwawasan global. Tidak hanya itu, ternyata perjalanan bangsa ini dimajukan oleh orang-orang yang cinta tanah air. Karena pada perjalanan sejarah selalu ada yang ada di pihak lain, ada juga yang membela penjajah zaman itu. Sampai sekarang pun koruptor konon kabarnya 64% lulusan perguruan tinggi. Jadi inilah yang kita coba pilih begitu ya, orang-orang yang memang akan membawa bangsa ini menuju kemajuan. Sehingga ada wawasan kebangsaan, kita lihat kepemimpinannya segala macam. Itu proses yang kita jalankan. Nah, prosentasenya seperti apa? Yang terakhir saya laporkan, ada 8.000 pelamar, kemudian akhirnya itu diterima kira-kira 2.000, jadi kira-kira 1/4 ya. Itu banyak hilangnya ada di administrasi yang nggak cocok, kemudian ada akademik yang kedua, yang ketiga adalah wawancara termasuk kebangsaan itu yang ketiga, jadi dari 8.000 turun jadi kira-kira 2.000 yang terakhir, sehingga tahun lalu kita manage to have more than 4,000 new awardee yang mereka dibolehkan lagi yang belum berhasil ambil tahun depan, dan faktanya ternyata ada yang ngambil sampai 8 kali Mbak Harkunti. Dan pantang menyerah, dan mereka akhirnya dapat, ada yang 2 kali dapat, ada yang sekali dapat. Tentunya semuanya kita jalankan dengan very tight gitu ya. Itu kira-kira yang bisa saya laporkan tentang alumni maupun proses seleksi. Terima kasih Mbak Arjunti.
Ya, terima kasih. Satu lagi Pak, ini pertanyaannya, apakah LPDB cenderung mendorong awardee mengambil studi dalam negeri apa luar negeri Pak?
Kita open seluruh universitas yang kita kurasi ya, universitas yang terbaik di dunia berdasarkan ranking. Kalau yang di dalam negeri tentunya BAN PT, kita pengen prodinya A, Kemudian untuk yang reguler tentunya unitasnya juga harus A, tapi untuk afirmasi unitasnya boleh B, tapi prodinya harus A. Kita open semua, dan untuk yang luar negeri saya sampaikan tidak melulu berdasarkan ranking, tapi kami juga melihat ada negara-negara maju, as example Germany, itu negara maju, unitasnya tidak terlalu suka ranking-rankingan, sehingga kita beri jatah khusus, kemudian kita lihat masukan dari kedubes kita segala macam bahwa DAAD gitu, unitas ini bagus kita masukkan. Kemudian di luar itu ada juga kalau subjeknya bagus tapi unitasnya nggak ada di list kita, maka masih boleh didaftar juga itu. Jadi misalnya tadi saya sampaikan ada prodi kebencanaan misalnya di mana, dan prodi ini one of the best di tanah air maupun di dunia gitu. Tentunya kita akan membolehkan mereka mendaftar. Itu kira-kira. Jadi kita tidak melihat mendorong ke sana atau ke dalam. Memang katanya kalau di dalam negeri ongkosnya itu 7 kali lebih murah begitu kalau di luar negeri. Tapi ada yang bicara juga pengalaman di luar negeri itu bisa berlipat-lipat kali daripada orang di dalam. Jadi kami memang pada posisi itu, dan faktanya untuk master banyak yang di luar negeri. Tapi untuk doktor banyak yang di dalam negeri. Gitu kira-kira gambarannya. Terima kasih, Mbak.
Ya, terima kasih Profesor Widarso. Ibu Stephanie, would you like to respond the question to you? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the sixth question one. That's a very good question, and I hope I do give this answer justice. As far as I know, that the longer you are working and the further you're away from an academic situation, meaning let's say if you finish your S1 or your S2, usually the mindset has changed already so much, and it's so much harder after 6 years. Let's say if you have finished your master's, you want to continue your PhD, even though you're much more sure of the direction you want to take, but to switch back to this academic setting where you might have a person, a supervisor tell you what to do, whereas in your job, you're much more free to decide what you want to do, is usually very, very hard, and it's difficult to adjust. So that's why the DID decided to give it a cap at 6 years. I hope that really answers your question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ibu Stephanie. Last but not least, maybe Mbak Rahma, would you like to ask some question or your thought related about the human resource development or other issue from the perspective of BRIN? Please, Mbak Rahma.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have a lot of insight from Pak Widarso and also Bu Stephanie. It's very, very valuable. Maybe adding to what has been discussed, and I think it's there is many opportunities working together and also obtaining some resources from the AD and LPDP. Maybe well, the discussion was already many on studying in Germany, but also how about support for research or research fellow, research visit, and also joined, maybe in terms of outside of academic like study S2, S3 and postdoc, but in terms of research fundings, I think is it also provided by DAAD? I understand that LPDP sometimes has also offered some research funding for the academia, but is it also possible for DAAD and having partners with Germany, but also allowing for research fellow, research visit, or research funding, joint funding, something like that? Thank you.
Basically, to everything you mentioned, it's a yes. So of course, there is for bachelor's, for master's, for PhD, as well as postdoc. Sometimes the scholarships can be for just 1 semester. Sometimes it can be also, let's say, you want to attend a seminar in Germany, which has been sponsored, but you need for the plane tickets. So even that can be arranged and sponsored. So the DAD offers a huge variety of different types of scholarships for students from Indonesia to go to Germany. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Rahma, for your question. So maybe because time also is limited, I would like to conclude this session that actually LPDP as well as DAAD give us a lot of opportunity, not only to improve the nation or to what you call develop the golden nation reaching in 2045 for Indonesia, but also give us also a lot of opportunity to build la crème de la crème in the research itself. So hopefully this can be responded by all the audience who attend this webinar, because we have a lot of in this opportunity, and also we would like to follow up this webinar with a series of proposal, like Mbak Rahma just asking, not only for research, but mainly on the capacity building and so on. Thank you very much for Professor Wilarso and Ibu Stephanie Hurgen for your time and your insightful presentation. Thank you. So I close this session. I will return to the MC. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Mbak Argunti.
Ya, sama-sama.
Thank you Nani Jurgen. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Ya.
Salam sehat semua.
Ya, terima kasih. Ya. MC-nya masih mute, Mbak Irena.
Apakah sudah terdengar?
Oke, sudah. Silakan, Mbak.
Ya, terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Associated Profesor Insinyur Harkunti.
Atas moderatori di sesi yang terakhir. Selanjutnya akan dipaparkan kesimpulan dan rencana ke depan oleh Profesor Dr. Hans Soparewewokan, MSc. Kami persilakan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Terima kasih, moderator. Yeah, so I don't have really time to really go through into details, but let me just read some few notes which I took during the presentations. So first, of course, we are very happy that in the keynote first, we were presented by Dr. Hamzah Latif. He is, of course, he is a well-known tsunami scientist, and luckily also he has a lot of experience in making the mangrove or coastal forest as a sort of protective barrier for the coastal people. And he explained in quite detail some engineering aspects and what is possible and what is not possible by using this mangrove or other coastal forest areas. So I think this is quite a useful input, especially for BNPB, in which in their project, in the Hidup project, for example, the vegetation mitigation system is also one of the major programs. So I think we can further explore and apply and also adopt what Pak Hamzah has mentioned about in his first lecture. Secondly, of course, we are quite happy and lucky also from the Coordinating Ministry of Economy that Ibu Neti has given us quite detailed elaboration about how is the transition towards our net zero emission in 2060. And she also has presented us about some challenges and what are possible and what are not possible, or rather they need some more effort, especially when dealing with the so-called common but differentiated responsibility because of different position between the producers and the consumers of the fossil fuel, for example. And Ibu Neti has also explained us about the carbon pricing, market mechanisms, and so on. And this is, of course, quite challenging and a good opportunity. This year, Indonesia is taking its presidency in G20 position groups, and this will be an opportunity to give to lead the G20 and give an example of real example which can be executed not only in Indonesia but also in other developing countries and also in the region. Then we were entertained and explained by my colleague, my best friend Rick Bailey, with such a long experience in tsunami warning and oceanography and so on. I think he has given us the history, the process and chronology of how the Indian Ocean tsunami warning system is developed and what will be the future challenges, especially that the tsunami is a short-fused and rare event, but then it is quite impactful if that happens. And in the future, not only dealing with and handling with this typical tsunami, which is tectonic driven or earthquake driven, but also the more challenging issues of how this tsunami wave is driven by the non-tectonic sources. Of course, that is quite challenging, not only for Indonesia, but also in the region, which has more or less a similar setting with some submarine landslides and also the submarine volcanoes. But luckily, and we are happy to see that the Indian Ocean region has pioneered this community-based exercises, what we call the IU wave, and that is done especially in every 2 years in the region. Then we have enjoyed Pak Abdul Muhari, Pak Aam, that he really explained quite concise, quite brief, and quite clear about how we could handle or we manage with the communicating, risk communication as well as crisis communication in times of this post-truth era, you know, because then people tend to believe what they believe, you know, and hoax is flying here and there. But we thank Dr. Abdul Muhari for giving his best clue for having how we communicate during the disaster and also during the crisis. Crisis can be can turn into a disaster and the other way around. So I think, and also his example of what happened in Mamuju about the because of this earthquake happened, how actually the panic and confusing situation in the community because of this hoax and so on. And in the afternoon, I think we are thankful for the prominent and distinguished 3 speakers. First was Simon Planck, and then followed by Professor Jacob Reiner, and also by Dimitra Salmanidou. I think, yeah, we have seen that Simon Planck has given kind of exemplary talk and how actually he developed based on the remote sensing and satellite data, that how we can assess the hazard from, especially from the volcanoes, submarine volcanoes, and based on some pilot studies in Papua New Guinea by using this high resolution satellite data and volcanostratigraphy, and also by combining multispectral and multi-temporal images by using this radar and optical sensors. And he explained very nicely about the case of Semeru, our current present volcanic disaster in East Java, how we could use this radar monitoring and optical sensor combined to see the what do we call the mass movement and cold laharic flows can be hazardous for the people down the flank there. And Simon has explained us about the future possibilities and future application of how these combined natural and social sciences can turn into action and practices, especially in Sunda Strait, as will be our current and future collaboration between Germany and Indonesia. And Simon has given us very nice examples and illustrations about that. Then we turn into Jacob Reiner. Jacob Reiner has really quite a selective collection about the results from Glasgow, what are emerging, what are good, and what are not discussed in Glasgow, and then compare it with the situation now and what are not discussed. For example, in COP26, it's hardly discussed about the restoring the environmental ecosystem and also about the renewable energy. And but on the good side, that we have there also the Alliance for Net Zero and also the Alliance for Resilience, which give their very inspiring direction about that between the risk management community and the development-oriented people have to come together and address together about the prosperity, because the situation now is it is more that the so-called technocratic developmentalists, they come closer to the risk, but then on the other hand, the risk management people, they seldom talk about the prosperity. So I think this is what have to be addressed in the future, that both comes to the same end, that is to talk about the prosperity of the people. Yeah, then we come to the third speaker of the afternoon session. Dimitra has given us quite a nice example of how the catastrophe assessment by using some statistical and remote sensing as well as some physical sciences to which can be used for, especially, for example, for the insurance company, but also by using several modeling tools, Oasis loss, and also how actually Dimitra has presented to us about the typical catastrophic model. So she applied her model and the team on the case of possible future tsunamis in southern coast of Java because of this combinations, several combination of some megathrust in southern coast of Java. And then we suggested that also her studies can be combined with the paleo tsunami studies in terms of the how this paleo tsunami can be recurred in times, and that can be used to the current and futures situation with respect to not only to insurance company, but also in terms of the spatial planning and also to the rejuvenation of the coastal areas and so on, based on her catastrophic model. And but then her studies also goes down into the microeconomic surveys and so on. And what is we have just enjoyed just now is discussion about how we could develop from the human capital point of view, that we are quite happy and quite anxious and also quite motivated by having this two prominent person from LPDP, Professor Gilarso and also Ibu Stefani, about the quite wide range opening the possibilities of continuing collaborating with Germany and also strengthening our human capital in a wide range of capacity and also expertise, as well as they become a future leader. So we were informed that we have this endowment fund from the LPDP, which is now continue to increase about 90 trillion rupiah, which is about 6.1 billion US dollar. That is, of course, more than enough to finance and to give funds, scholarships, and also other short-term financial support for thousands of awardees from already in the past, but also in the future. But then we will have to deal with the leading agencies like the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, also with BRIN and also with Ministry of Religion, for example, not only for the practical and for vocational studies, but also for research and as well as for innovation. And we are happy that next year there is also possibility open for this disaster and resilience related subject to be incorporated, to be financed by LPDP as well as also by the DAD and other German funding resources. So I think these are some of the summaries that I can provide, and Germany also continue to support our bilateral cooperation, and we are happy that Rick has also commented that the German collaboration and cooperation in the region really has triggered quite wide range of collaboration in the region, in the Indian Ocean, and possibly also in the future in the Pacific. I think these are some of my rushy summary of what we have discussed. And again, of course, I would like, on behalf of the consortium, I would like to thank all the speakers, prominent speakers, distinguished speakers, and also the moderators for running the sessions quite smoothly, and also some sparkling discussion, illuminating discussion, some new insight we have got from the audience. And also now I think on the 22nd of December, BNPB and the consortium, and also with support of the Indonesian expert for disaster and also the U-Inspire, will formulate what are the positive outcome of this 3-day webinar. And of course, again, on behalf of the consortium, I would like to really appreciate and thank you very much for the support by BNPB in particular, all the teams behind the desk, and also the hard working of Ibu Esti, Mbak Nurul, and Mas Hanif, and other friends from BNPB, Pak Udre, Pak Deputy, Pak Radit. Thank you very much all for the very facilitating support for these 3 days of webinars. And we hope that this accumulating knowledge will be developing and prospering for the future. Thank you very much.
Ya, terima kasih. Terima kasih kami ucapkan atas kesimpulan dan rencana ke depan yang diberikan oleh Profesor Dr. Jihan Sopahewekhan MSc. Kita telah sampai di penghujung acara. Terima kasih setinggi-tingginya kami sampaikan kepada narasumber, moderator, panitia, dan seluruh peserta yang telah berkontribusi dan berpartisipasi dalam rangkaian webinar seri 1, 2, dan 3. Kami mewakili panitia bertugas menyampaikan permohonan maaf jika ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Semoga informasi, ilmu pengetahuan yang tersampaikan dapat bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan kesiapan dan ketangguhan Indonesia beradaptasi dan menghadapi bencana. Menutup rangkaian kegiatan, izinkan kami akhiri dengan pantun. Makan sagu di atas pelana, tidak lama ada si rusa. Mari tangguh menghadapi bencana, bersama kita bisa. Salam tangguh, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Shanti Shanti Om, Namo Budaya, salam kebajikan, salam tangguh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Yan, BNPB, PST, Rick.
Thank you semuanya.
Pak Dwi Larso, izin pamit. Jacob, thank you Dimitra as
Thank you Jacob, thank you Dimitra, thank you Rick, thank you Simon, all German friends. Pak Dwi Larso, terima kasih. Kapan-kapan kami sowan Pak Dwi Larso.
Siap Pak Yan, ya nanti kita bikin sesi khusus.
Siap.
Keren. Ya, makasih.
Siap, Pak.
Thank you.
Terima kasih untuk dukungannya.
Siapa Pak?
Ya, sudah Ini
Good
sudah
to see you
selesai.
all, and thank you so much for letting me participate and listen in.
Thank you.
It's so much to learn. Look forward to the outcomes when you
Yeah,
pull
thank
all
you.
the 3 days together. That'll be exciting.
We will. Yeah.
And more work.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Dimitra.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Been very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank
We'll
you.
contact you. Keep in contact, Jacob.
Yes.
Dimitra
Yeah.
also. Simon.
Looking very much forward to be back today. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All the best for now.
Yes, thank you. Same to you. Yeah. Bye-bye. I would like to go off. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Terima kasih Mbak Ilin, Mbak Irin.
Terima kasih banyak Mbak Esti, Mbak Irena,
Yes, thank you.
Mbak Evelyn.
Oh, minum kopi.
I would like to go off. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Teamwork yang luar